Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, February the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Tyman. All right, everybody. Well, we're in for it again. So will we have a Thursday day, a repeat of Thursday, just to bring you back to Thursday? This was the action we had on Thursday. We had a massive gap down, and then we had an incredible recovery all day long. So as we speak, we're not in for the same magnitude of the gap down. I think that was about 10 points, I think, on the SPY. Right now we're 6.5, so we're kind of in this level here. So we'll just have to wait and see to see if we get another one of those recovery days, or it gaps down and then it continues to gap. Obviously, we don't know until the market opens, but if we get a day like this, like the day we had on Thursday, it will be awesome. So we just have to wait and see what happens. So what is happening this morning? I mean, obviously all the, where geopolitical news is at the forefront. Well, let's just take a look at some of the individual stocks. We've got MULN. By the way, all the bunch of Russia stocks are halted. But MULN is a little bit, well, just basically at $1. They had some news this morning, announced progress on a solid-state polymer battery pack development. So that is their news. Huge volume, guys, huge volume. It's not an incredibly low float, 22 million. I mean, that's low, but it's not incredibly low. But look at the volume already, 34 million. That's about 1.5 times the float. So, man, oh man, that is going to be an active one today. And by the way, the trade of the week is Arch. I forgot to, I can't remember what the trigger is. Somebody will know if you read the email. I don't know if it's triggered already. Of course, you don't have to do anything on it in the pre-market, but let me just see what the, somebody will post it. I can't remember exactly what the trigger is for Arch. It might be the takeout of here, 117. Oh, AUPH, well, the rumors of a buyout or a merger or whatever, they've gone by the wayside. All this action we had up here for, actually right up here, got up to $34 a few months ago, AUPH. Anyway, those rumors have obviously died, and now this is an earnings play, AUPH, and a big gap down. So we're just hanging around that 13 level right now. In case you're wondering, REGI, a couple of buyouts this morning. REGI is a buyout. Okay, REGI is a buyout, as is FHN. In case you see these big pops, wondering why we're not talking about them, well, they're buyouts. NRSN, I couldn't see any specific news for NRSN. And it's kind of, it has gapped up. I can't see any specific news. Now, it's given up quite a bit, though, from 230 down to 180. Now, gold, of course, is super active right now, and this is an interesting one. This is almost an all-time high. Sibanye Stillwater, SBSW, is ripping, and almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high must be over here at around 2047, so it's at 1862 right now. ALF, we haven't seen ALF for a while. ALF, this was a super active one a few months ago. I don't see any specific news on it, but decent volume already, 2.2 million, 8 million in the float, up 17%. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. ABUS is up. I guess they've, I'm sure this is ongoing, but I guess they filed again some kind of a patent infringement against Moderna, mRNA. So ABUS is up on that news. ABUS sues Moderna. Moderna's a little bit of a hit this morning. Not a huge one, down 2.8%. But anyway, ABUS is up on the news that they're suing Moderna for patent infringement. Good morning, YouTubers. Give me a moment here, just adjusting some things. There we go. KTOS. So we got some, of course, the defense stocks, KTOS, some of the defense stocks. This is, let's see, how many in the float? 100, actually not very much volume, 37,000 shares, but also a big float. But it is up 6.8%. It's taken out the highs of course, Thursday and Friday right now. Probably coming into a resistance area, but again, we just have to let the market open and see what happens. BP, big news for them, of course, divesting themselves of whatever ventures they've got in Russia. And so BP has taken a hit on that so far. RADA, another, I guess we'll call this a defense stock, RADA, Israeli defense stock. Again, not that much volume, but you never know until when the market opens. There's Thursday and Friday, so it's definitely it's above those two highs right there. However, we're getting close to that 13 level, which could be a lot of resistance for RADA. LXRX. Let's see what I can see. Trading lower after the company. Okay, so they pulled the U.S. marketing application for a heart disease drug, so that is the reason for this one being down. Another high float, big float, 144 million. Also have earnings February 28th, so it's actually an earnings play too, along with that news for LXRX. Other one I was watching, I was almost tempted to short this one, but it looked like it popped up a little bit. Yeah, so this VTRS, another earnings play. It's of course it got through the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, it is down below the 200 moving average now, which was 1421, so it's just a little bit below that. IRNT has gapped down a little bit. Yeah, so cybersecurity. So it's funny because, I mean, the cybersecurity and defense stocks, they were ripping, of course, last week. You can see what happened here for both of them. Topping tails, though. So there were some sell-offs for this one, IRNT. I mean, they both closed above the open, but there were some sell-offs both days, and now it's below. I don't know, are they doing the financing or anything? I can't see that. I don't see any news on it specifically. And Ericsson cannot shake this Iran. This is what happened here, something to do with fraud in Iran, etc. That's what hit them right here. And this is continuing down. I typically don't trade Ericsson just because of the float, but no dispute. I mean, that's down almost 9% with almost 3 billion in the float. That is a big move. And Indo, yes, Indo energy play. I mean, look, should it be up here? No, but it's only got 1.5 million in the float. Energy play, energy stocks, XLE, I'm sure ripping this morning, but actually it's not. It is not ripping this morning. We'll have to see what happens. If you recall on Thursday, all the energy stocks were way up in the pre-market. XLE is the main ETF for that sector. And then once the market opened, they just dropped. I mean, that first 15-minute candle was unbelievable. And that was on Thursday. So again, I don't know what's going to happen today, but if we get that recovery day, it'll be another great day to play bounces. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. Yeah, very low volume, ROIV, very, very low volume, but it is up 11%. Big float, another big float, 330 million in the float. Just kind of, another gold play is GFI, Goldfields, another one that is a lot like Sibanye, SPSW, in that very close to an all-time high. Not that far off. I guess this could be it over here, 1490. Well, I shouldn't say nobody follows companies, but I know what John means is, if you're you asked about snow. I mean, I don't follow snow as such. Um, and yeah, they're going to be reporting, but if you're wondering my opinion, are they going to report well or bad? How's the market going to react? No idea. No idea. All right, it is 9/11. Well, let's see what the analysts said this morning about upgrades and downgrades. Give me a moment as I load. All right, well, we got a few upgrades, a few downgrades. See if there's anything interesting. Interesting meaning a stock having multiple upgrades or downgrades. Don't see anything off the top of my head right now, but off the top of my head, I don't see anything in the list right now. But I am hearing AUPH is dropping again, guys. My text to voice, I hear AUPH in my ear. And it's really ringing here now. AUPH, challenging 12 now. AUPH. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. Look at the downgrades in now. Now, guys, AUPH just broke down underneath 12 now. AUPH. We've got an upgrade and we have a downgrade for Ferg. Foot Locker, guys. I'm seeing Foot Locker again. That was an unbelievable one on Friday, basically an all-day short. And Foot Locker, I'm just saying FL. I'm just saying 3 more downgrades for Foot Locker, including Morgan Stanley and Citigroup. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I did see T-Doc. But on my list here, you're right, it just took off again. I saw it right here, not doing too much. But yeah, T-Doc you're right, T-Doc just did take off. Okay, one moment, please. So yeah, TDoc is up 13% after launching a virtual care offering on Amazon. Amazon's Alexa. Another one, wow, look at this one, this ride, Lordstown. Another, actually, it's an earnings play. Didn't really see it. I mean, it really wasn't doing too much until right now. Look at Ride here. Another earnings play for Ride. Q4 results, well, market reaction, obviously not good. What a disaster this one has been. So gold stocks, guys, AU, another gold stock, AU, GFI, Sabani. What is Sabani doing right now? SBSW. SBSW. Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, as long as the tensions well, who knows what we're going to see today in terms of reports, but, you know, obviously gold financials are being hit, oil stocks. Though it's interesting because XLE is not up. XLE is not up. You know, usually I do this around 9:20. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Yeah, it's interesting. 50-50 XLE. Very interesting. So what you're seeing here, what I've loaded here, this is from the channel bar. Actually, from our toolbar, you click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and I've gone to Sector Status. So these are the major sectors. So what you're seeing here, usually it's interesting. Usually XLE is all or nothing. In other words, they're all usually up or they're all usually down. 50-50 is a little bit interesting. So what these percentages mean is that for the stocks that make up XLE, 50% of them are above Friday's close, 50% below. I mean, it's changing obviously, but as predicted, financials are just getting hit hard. So only 3% are above Friday's close. What else is happening? Is there anything? There is no, look at communications. None of them are up. Tech, there's only one up, ENPH. So, I mean, we're in for obviously a rocky open, but again, if this turns into Thursday's action, this is going to be an awesome day. But the interesting thing is that we've got a little 50-50 right now with energy. Meanwhile, AUPH is tanking. Look at this. Look at out of this consolidation right here. Wow, 13 down to 1170 now. I did see IMPP. I did see it. What's it doing right now? Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, it's not energy really. I mean, it's deep sea freight transportation. So, but it is above that high of Friday right now. It's been on the move, of course. This was unbelievable. This was down a 50-cent stock only 5 days ago. Looking to see if there's anything kind of creeping in here that I hadn't seen before. Here's one, AMYT. Yeah, see, it just got hit. Just got hit, AMYT. They just received a complete response letter from the FDA. Obviously, market's not liking it, so I'm not going into any more detail on it, but you know, that's the initial reaction. Now it's recovering somewhat. Where are they out of? Netherlands? Ireland. Ooh, sorry, Irish. Okay, so AMYT. So it's big recovery though, from 5 to 7. So the initial reaction was not good at all. Not a crazy low float, 60 million in the float. Not very much volume yet, but this news just hit. Yeah, this is a bit. This one, CYRN Israeli stock. This was just ripping on Friday and Thursday. It's had little sell-offs, but this is really gapping down now. CYRN. This MULN is still hanging around $1. All right, so let's look. What is the high here? So this month, man, okay, this month it's actually got up to 373. Is that right? We're at the end of the month, of course, but is that right? I guess so, yeah, 373. This was up at 373. Now, it's been sliding. AUPH, man, I did not take this short pre-market. I was watching this right around here, wanting to see if it broke one way or the other. Well, we know which way it broke. Now, is it coming into some support right around 11? You know, look at this monthly chart. It looks like there could be support around 11. Again, this is an earnings play. Lots of shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So probably a lot of people shorting this right now. Good availability of shorts, not just at IB, but probably widespread, which of course puts more downward pressure. Oh, it's just picking up steam now. You just can't do it now, and I'll be in chase mode. But the closer it gets to 11, I mean, if it takes out 11, the low over here is 732 in the monthly chart. Let's see what Foot Locker is doing, FL is doing after those piling on, the analysts piling on, downgrading it again. So the low is 26, around 26 on Friday. Basically all day. I shouldn't say all day because it did have a nice little bounce, I guess, from 25 up to 28. But for the most part, right there, you can see that bounce for Foot Locker. Boy, AUPH guys underneath 11 now. That was the one. This more than likely is going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, obviously it's a 10-day daily breakdown. Pretty sure the relative volume is going to be sufficient. A little pop for Ballard for some reason, BLDP. I don't know if the EV plays in general are moving higher. Let's take a look at a couple of the China ones. NIO, it's now, it was up this morning. How about FUV was pretty active on Friday. Let's see if it's held. Not really. I mean, I got as high as $7, and really it's sliding from there. Okay, MULN guys is just over $1 again. Meanwhile, AUPH is, wow, what a slide again. Really interesting if this 10 holds right around there. Look at all the action right around between 10 and 11 for AUPH. I'm looking at the monthly chart. So I don't know if this is indicative of all the solar stocks, but this is run. Let's take a look at FSLR. Let's see if all the solar stocks are moving or it's just run. No, it looks like solar, guys. Okay, so solar is in play today also. So we've got the energy stocks, XLE, though we do not see a pop for XLE. We do not. It's basically flat. So keep an eye on run. Run is, well, it's running. And again, don't see any specific news on it, but solar stocks rally on Russia invasion. A sector seen as a long-term beneficiary. Just looking at here, little headline here. Give me a moment here. All right, guys. So yeah, look at run. Take a look at TAN. That's the solar ETF. Let's see what TAN is doing. It doesn't trade very much, really. I mean, it's only 12,000 shares, but you can see the solar ETF. It's had a couple of nice days, Thursday and Friday, and a continuation. Question was, how are the Russia stocks doing? Well, they're all halted. I don't know if they're all halted, but the usual suspects are Yandex. They're all YNDX, HHR, QIWI. So the Moscow exchange is not open. So that's how they're doing. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Yes, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Nah, I'll stay here. You can make the request, Jay, but it's probably not going to happen. I'll just be honest with you, okay? All right, everybody, the market's going to open in about 5 seconds. Well, again, hang on. Let's see what's going to happen today. Market's now open. Have a great trading day, everybody. Last day of the month, last day of the test drive. All right, just watching some of the early movers. The VTRS is looking weaker. VTRS is starting to look weaker. This is not down over 10% yet, so VTRS, wow, VTRS, guys, is weakening. It's an earnings play. Continues to weaken. All right, as I said, VTRS continues to weaken here, but it is early. So what is the market doing to start? So, that doesn't look right. Is NAS really? I don't have any data yet. Dow is down a bunch. Don't have any data yet for NAS. That cannot be right. To ask the guys if something's going on with that because it cannot be zero. FL, let's take a look at FL. No, actually it's popping. So FL is actually a little bit of a recovery. And the SPY is, all right, so that was just delayed, I guess. Okay, so now the NAS, now we're getting the results from NAS. So down, so everything is down. However, look at that initial, I mean, we're only 2 minutes in, but look at that initial 15-minute candle for the SPY. Okay, guys, MULN now over $1. MULN over $1. Pre-market high looks like it was around $1.10. You know, I guess a case could be made if it takes out that pre-market high. It could have a little bit of a run in it. Okay, guys, the VTRS. VTRS. Okay, guys, we may have a bit of a problem here on our charts. I'm just going to tell you this right now. Let me just see here. Just give me a moment here, guys. Yeah, I think we may have a bit of a problem with our charts, guys. Okay, I'm going to have to ask the guys. Let me just do an account reset. The reason I'm saying this is I know we have a slight delay on the refresh, but it looks like that is a little more than normal. Yeah, let me, before I contact support, meanwhile, oh man, look at the airlines. Okay, I'm just looking at the charts now. It appears 1666, 1666. It appears that maybe it was just that opening flurry. Okay, because it looks like what I'm doing is I'm just looking at a lot like my IB chart. I have one IB chart. I'm looking at the order entry in IB, and it is now the same. So it might have been just that first minute or so. Okay, look at MULN, guys. MULN. It is early. Oh, look at VTRS now. VTRS now. Look at the alert we had. I didn't take it right then. You know, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but I do make an exception on these 10-day daily breakdowns. So there was the alert. I did not take it at 1334. Look at it now though, 1264. This is when I noticed that I didn't think our charts were, but it looks like we're okay. Yeah, it looks like we're okay. Guys, here's another one. AER, when I say another one, this is a little more expensive. It is a 10-day daily breakdown. It's not going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown scan because it's a little more expensive, but you can see what's happening with this one also. AER, big breakdown here through the 200-day moving average. It's not an earnings play. AirCap to cease leasing activity with Russian airlines, okay? So that is the reason for AER. So, you know, you could say that a lot of these companies are kind of doing the right thing, but they're getting hurt financially right now anyway, without getting too political. Now this is one that you know, this is an uranium play. CCJ can be active all day. Look at Thursday and Friday. This is one of these ones that can be active all day. Energy play, or uranium, well, energy, but it's a uranium play. We had a halt here, ENGY. ENGY was halted. I don't know this one at all. All right, guys, VTRS, certainly the early winner, definitely the early winner from the scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. And again, that's one of the scans that I am sharing. It's the only one that hit, but sometimes you just need one. Meanwhile, SPY's putting in that first 15-minute candle. What time is it right now? 9:38, so another 7 minutes for this to close. All right, Oxy, energy play, of course, Oxy. Big pop here for Oxy. Announces a cash tender offers for certain of its senior notes. So it had some news. But this is either a delayed reaction. How's XLE doing right now? Let's see if the energy sector is... No, energy sector. So Oxy is trading on its own, guys. Oxy is trading on its own right now. So I don't know if that's just a delayed reaction for this. This happened at 9 o'clock. I'm looking at 9 o'clock news for it. Meanwhile, the airlines. Oh man, the airlines. Of course, with oil popping, I don't know what oil is right now, over 100. You know, not good for the airlines, or some major component of their costs. Now look at, wow, Delta, UAL, my guess is that they're all, let's take a look at Save, Spirit, come on. And the cruisers, NCLH. Again, we're early now. BP continues down after divesting themselves of anything to do with Russia. I think they were there for 30 years. Yeah, AMYT halted on the way down. Whoa. And this is that complete response letter that they received. Market's not reacting well at all. Okay, guys, I've covered some of this VTRS. When you look here in the monthly chart, the next low looking left is 1237. So it got down to 1237. Literally got down to 1237. So the next low looking left on that monthly is exactly where it got this morning. So I've covered some just in case. This provides a bit of a support area. Also, I mean, just look at the monthly chart for VTRS. You see here and here, these 2 months also. So that could be a bit of a support area. All right, now this did not persist. I'm just looking at the initial SPY candle. We've got a bit of a big topping tail there, but the sellers are knocking it down a bit. ENG, Enjoy Technology, is now open again, just resumed. What's the float? Big float. And okay, so here, I'm just looking at some of the races here early. NRSN. Okay, MULN, guys, has now given up one again. Didn't love this one. Basically got to the pre-market high and then just sort of stalled there. VTRS, guys, is now, I've taken some off, but this is continuing down. And of course, I'm going to be watching now. If we do get, you know, a nice big green candle here, if it does, and we start getting green candles, you know what's going to happen. We are going to get a lot of stocks coming into the gap continuation, or sorry, the gap down and reverse, just like we had on Thursday. This thing was going crazy on Thursday. You know, I have a delay on it for 15 minutes. That's why I'm not seeing anything here yet. That's on purpose. Of course, you guys don't have to do the same thing, but instead of getting inundated with alerts right off the bat with stocks gapping up and down, up and down, up and down, reversing. All right, guys, there's the NRSN. Remember, it was winning that race. NRSN. And I didn't even notice this, so NRSN actually is an AI alert too. Let's take a look left and see what sort of highs there are. So the next high, looking left, is... looks like it's 218, so that's not that far away, and you even got some at 225 and 224. Yeah, I mean, I wish it had more room before it hit those next highs on the daily chart. It may not matter, but you know me, I'm a little conservative when I see this sort of stuff. I wish there was a free shot to almost that 3 level before it hit a new, when you look left. And that was the next high, right around 3. It may not matter, but pre-market highs were what? 229? Now, what's XLE doing? Because I'm seeing a gap up and reverse for this energy stock. XLE is really doing nothing. Really interesting. It's really doing nothing. There's a gap up and reverse for Palantir, PLTR. I don't get too excited about this one. 1.6 billion in the float, so it's basically flat now. PLTR. I'm just watching this VTRS to see if this is just a momentary pause in its descent. Look at the SPY, guys. This is encouraging if you're looking for bouncers. Wow, CCL now below 20. The next low looking left is about 1850. So this does have room. All right, TPIC on the move. TPIC is on the move. A gap up and go so far. Looks like there's pretty good resistance around 14, so that's not that far away. Just look at the daily chart. You know, obviously if it can crack through that, then the next area could be around that 16 level. But it's early. Yeah, I'm just a little wary that it might not be able to take out that 225 area for NRSN. Wow, VTRS, another leg down, guys. So, breaking, you know, we saw VTRS here, the breaking down in volume, another scan that I'm sharing. But of course, it showed up on my breaking 10-day daily breakdown. Only one so far, but you don't need many. Look at this. 1334. I did not get in here. I took it just underneath 13, to be honest. That's when I noticed that our charts weren't updating. But everything is fine now. This is the last week probably for, I think we still have about 400 companies releasing earnings this week. And then after that, I think it really tails off. All right, guys, so we're not getting a big follow through in the SPY, so that's why I'm not really seeing too many gap down and reversals yet. And it may not happen. I mean, you know, unless we get the same sort of day on Thursday. But, you know, so Rita is one, though, a gap down and reverse. Woo, look at Rita. This is an earnings play, RETA. Didn't really see it. Probably didn't have that much volume or something. But look at Rita. RETA is an earnings play. Well, TPIC continued here, guys. TPIC. But again, I'm a little wary that it might not be able to take out 14. All right, I'm sorry. VTRS challenging 12 now. Looks like these Russia stocks could be halted all day. You know, the Moscow exchange is halted, or not halt. Well, they're not trading, so. All right, guys, VTRS. Boy, what's that? What did I say the next low was? 1206. We're right there. 1206 and 1196. This is almost an all-time low. This takes out these lows. I mean, look out below. I mean, we're already looking out below, but takes out 12. I mean, there's nothing really to support it. Meanwhile, I mentioned Oxy before. So Oxy is trading on its own. This is not with the rest of the energy stock. So Oxy is definitely trading on its own. So this is the news. This was at 9 o'clock. No real big reaction at 9. Okay, but market open, and this is the news for Oxy. Don't ask me to explain it, but that is the news. Airlines continue. I know I saw Golden saying, we could see 125 price of oil. Not good for the airlines. On top of everything else they're going through, a huge increase in the price of oil, which has already happened, of course, but not good for the airlines at all. Here we go. Gap up and reverse. Remember, Sun was just ripping at the start, so this is now turning into a gap up and reverse. No, this is just what a gap up and go, man. Well, it's right at this level here, guys. I mean, if it takes this out, this TPIC, I guess it's got a shot at that 16 level. Price target is cut to $21 from 37 by Morgan Stanley. No, boy, guys, VTRS right at that 12 level, almost an all-time low. Almost an all-time low. Okay, give me one moment, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Just really watching this VTRS right at that whole number. Again, almost an all-time low. I've taken some off, and I've just really got to watch this to make sure it doesn't really pop off this 12. So let's see. Well, interesting. LI, probably LI, but this looks like it's this is of course China EV play, electric vehicle play. I'll be really stunned if it took out 30. So keep an eye on this one as a potential short area around that 30. So LI shares are trading higher after Barclays maintained an overweight rating on stock, raised the price target from 38 to 40. So I'm sure that is helping NIO and XPEV. Well, that's a big gap down and reverse for RETA, R-E-T-A. Big gap down and reverse. Again, earnings play. Not a lot of action in the pre-market, but boy, once the market opened. Of course, just keeping a close eye on the VTRS. What I really should do is just put a couple of price alerts here. Just underneath 12, see if it takes it out. I'm going to bracket these price alerts. 12.13. Yeah, WNW is halted. Let's see, why is this halted? Let's see, I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news on it. I mean, it's a volatility halt, of course. WNW a few days ago got up to 327, low float. I don't see any specific news on it. China company. Looks like China stocks are kind of doing well today. Well, moment of truth here, guys. Yes. Moment of truth for VTRS. Can it really take out 12? Meanwhile, Peabody, BTU. This was Wednesday's action. They had earnings earlier. Wednesday's action got really slammed. There's Thursday, Friday. I'm sorry. That was Friday's action. I'll get it right. That was Thursday. That was Friday. Here's today. Just underneath 13. John, just underneath 13. I think it was actually 12. Yeah, about 1294, 1291. That's when I saw that the charts weren't updating because it was still at 1330 or so on my chart, and I was looking at my IB chart. Think, wait a minute, this is at. But I had the alert, right here, so I was watching it. Yeah, only one so far. I mean, there's only one in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, now this is a gap down and reverse for STLA, Motor Vehicle Body Manufacturing in the Netherlands, okay? STLA, this has been a kind of an active one, but really choppy. But anyway, STLA, trying to do a gap down and reverse at earnings on the 23rd. There, guys, I've covered some more of this VTRS. It just popped up over 12. Don't have that much left. Just always wary that, these things can, of course, eventually find a bottom. All right, keep an eye on the STLA. I mean, longer it holds over 18. There's a bit of a gap down and reverse. If the market keeps doing this, nice reversal. What are we now? I mean, NAS is only down 33 now. So the market is trying to recover. Yeah, did run come back up though? Pretty choppy. Run is pretty choppy. We had the big pop, then we had the drop. You know, topping tails, bottoming tails. Tough to trade in my opinion right now anyway for some of these solar plays. Come on, give me one more 10-day daily breakdown in my my scan here. So this is the last day of the test drive. So I just want to reiterate this, okay? So please don't bother or support people. When the test drive is over, it's over, okay? You don't have we don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to send an email saying, "Hey, unsubscribe me from anything." You're not in a subscription. When the test drive is over, it's over. Obviously, we do have a promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. That 20% promo code will be active for a while. I'll talk about that a little bit later. The other thing also though, if you're part of this test drive, make sure you save everything you've done. If you've done anything, in other words, you've created some scans or you've got a layout, save everything to the cloud, okay? Why? Even if you don't take out a subscription soon, tomorrow or a week or a month or a year from now, if at any point you decide you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, as long as you've saved everything to the cloud and you use the same email address to sign up for a subscription as you use for the test drive, all your work will be there, okay? So please save everything to the cloud. All right, VTRS, almost an all-time low. It is an all-time low right now. Well, again, my conservative nature, I don't have very much left, but hey, if it continues down like this, nothing is stopping it now in terms of chart support. It's at an all-time low, BTRS. I mean, VTRS is hitting on many, many scans now for me. The gap continuation or reverse. Also, the breaking down on volume. When you see that, you start getting confirmations on many different scans, and of course, there's the big one right at the beginning of the day, 9:33. And of course, it's an earnings play, so reaction is not good. Well, it's hitting on the bounce play, but of course that is, I mean, if you're looking for a potential bounce at some point, you're right. Now this is a really tough one. This Indo, I mean, it's at an all-time high. INDO, it's an all-time high. It is, of course, above Thursday's high now, 1447, 15. Just got to be careful with it. With that float, anything can happen. But here it is, racing away here, guys. Winning the race hands down. But again, very, very, you got to be very careful. Also hit my watch list, of course. VTRS hit my watch list, even if you waited. I put a delay on things here. Stocks showing up here, 15-minute delay. I do that on purpose. But here you get them right off the bat if you want to, if you know, you want to see them right off the bat. Well, guys, my instinct was correct on the NRSN. I did not like it that much. I know it was an AI alert. Doesn't mean, you know, just because it's an AI alert doesn't mean just pile into the trade. But I just didn't like it because of this, you know, the area between where we had the alert and at 220. I just thought we might get too much resistance. And so far, that is correct. Doesn't mean later on in the day it might rip, but also don't see any specific news for it. Guild is a 10-day daily breakdown. Not in my scan, just in general. Guild, G-I-L-D. However, what are we talking here? Looks like they've got pretty good support around that 57, 58 mark. So it's not that far away, but it is breaking down. Okay, guys. So right now, we had a nice half hour of a green candle, 2 green candles in the SPY. However, this next candle is red, so we're not still in bounce mode, which is why I'm a little reluctant on these gap down and reversals to pile into them, because you know I'd like to see. If we get the day, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Times are right now 10:08. I mean, this has got 7 minutes to close, but love to see a gentle recovery all day. Then we'll get a day like we had Thursday, which was awesome. Meanwhile, I'm just going to keep watching VTRS to see if it just continues down. And just as I spoke, it made another new low. All right, guys, so to me, it's just a little too, I don't know, MULN, it's just a little too volatile. But it is now back over $1, MULN. They did have some news. And of course, it is a low float. And it's a huge amount. It is traded 76 times normal. And VTRS is, oh man. Just made another new low. VTRS just made another new low. No, I'm picking up steam also. Excuse me, NFT, like TCAT, you mean? I haven't been really following the NFTs for a while, but are you talking about like TCAT? That was the one that got it all started? If that's what you mean, trader, or us. Take a look at Bitcoin, BITO. Let's take a look at the Bitcoin ETF. Yeah, it is. You wouldn't know that at the beginning. There's pre-market. Looked like it was starting to sink. There are some other ones, of course, but that was the one that really got the whole thing started. TCAT, right here. You can see it got all the way up to, what, $74? Crazy. I mean, Some other ones, DLPN. Another one that was Dolphin Entertainment. Another one. I don't see really much happening. Guys, you know, we say this every now and then. All you need is one good trade, and boy, VTRS. I mean, on a percentage basis, this is awesome. The interesting thing is that you could get it. The uptick rule was not in effect. I mean, it is now, of course, but wow. I mean, this is. Look. I'm happy taking most of it out around this 12 level. I'm happy. Obviously, if I'd waited a bit, it'd be more. But I mean, you just never know. But this is now just absolutely getting crushed. It's a big float, also. I mean, that's the other thing that kind of 1.2 billion in the float to be down 22%. That is a huge percentage decrease with that float. Yeah, remember our friend Wheat, W-E-A-T. So it had a Friday, and it got just killed after the big run up for 3 days, and then it got killed from 920 the high down to 8. Of course, this is basically a Russia play, W-E-A-T. And when short just showed up in the AI, this is definitely a Russia play. AER, lease agreements with Russia. So wow, this one big wow, guys. The VTRS. That is my sound alert. Meanwhile, Oxy continues its run here. I did not take Oxy, but I mean, they did have specific news. Now, gap down and reverse for BP, okay? Gap down and reverse for BP. And again, if you're unfamiliar with what happened with BP, they basically ceased their Russia operations. They've been there for about 30 years, so I don't know how they got out exactly, but anyway, here's BP trying to do a bit of a gap down and reverse. Huge float, 3.2 billion in the float. Am I going long VTRS? You mean at some point during the day? I don't know. I'm short VTRS, Pancho. They're the 10-day daily breakdown. There's only one that showed up. Got it just underneath 13, 1294. I mean, at some point, will it bounce? Yeah, I guess so, but it's been certainly absolutely beaten up now, all-time low. All right, IMPP just made a new high, and let's look left. Okay, so that is still 345 is the next high looking left for IMPP. So it still does have some room, low float, lots of volume. Going to trade, the throw, well, right now it's almost 3 times. Well, if you were looking at those topping plays from one of the ones I'm sharing. These are ones that created by Zach a while back. TPIC 1429, 1352 now. I did not take that short. And remember, guys, this is an active trading room, okay? A lot of you are, if you're brand new to trading, you're probably, sort of bewildered by what may be going on. But this is an active trading room, okay? So, and you have to kind of pick and choose the type of scans you're looking for. I tend to concentrate on the 10-day daily breakdown. It didn't for some reason. So let's take a look at why. Yeah, so there's got to be some filter that's blocking it. Well, probably one of the reasons is right now the only way it's going to be, it will get alerted if it gets down to 1059, which is the low here. So at this point, now it didn't get alerted right off the bat for some reason, and it must have been, there's got to be some filter. Oh, look at VTRS, holy smokes. Doesn't mean it's not later on for AUPH. It doesn't mean later on. But at this point, for it to trigger in that, it would absolutely have to take out, it's going to have to drop $1. Here's another one, guys, that is, wow, look at this doc, DOC. This, let's see, this would have shown up, but again, it's the relative volume. I mean, I've got a pretty strict filter value for relative volume in my 10-day daily breakdown. It has to be 8, and that's why I don't get very many, but, I'd rather take quality over quantity. But look at this DOC. I mean, this looks really bad also. I mean, look at the monthly chart. The next low looking left is 1233. So, keep an eye on this one, especially if it kind of bases a little bit. And right now you're in chase mode. I wouldn't be taking this one because you're in chase mode. Doesn't mean it, it could drop $1 in the next second, but, right now you're chasing it down. All right, so this is not a bounce day yet, okay? It's not like Thursday at all. We had 30 minutes, but now we've got another 30 minutes down, so. But I do, I see. Also, AUPH showed up in our in the AI, didn't even see that. 1146, 1118 now, and this is a short. Well, it's an earnings play. Number one, VRTS was an earnings play. Okay, so, but absolutely a hit. You can just see in the pre-market. I'm sorry, you're talking VTRS, not. So you do your pre-market work, you see what happened. Okay, you do your pre-market work, you know it's an earnings play, and you got hit. But it really, until the market opened, it didn't really start to slide. But I say it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, which is one of my favorite scans right now. So that is the reason. All right, well, the Clean Energy Fund, ICLN, this is an ETF, I guess, the Global Clean Energy Index Fund, ICLN, is on the move here. Yeah, the solar plays. Problem is that when I looked at run, yeah, run is choppy though. Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF, see if it's a little more stable. Yeah, so you've got actually a red bar ignored kind of forming on the 15-minute chart for TAN, T-A-N. So the solar plays are definitely, let's take a look at the big one, FSLR. What is it doing? Yes, so FSLR, kind of the leader, I guess, in that sector. No, the 10-day daily breakdown is literally just a 10-day daily breakdown. It's a 10-day low. Nothing to do with EMAs or SMAs, Pancho. Again, guys, I'm sharing a lot of these. All you have to do is, take a look. You want this one. What time is it now? 10:20. So I'll go into this a little more detail. But you want these. All you have to do is right-click, configure, and you see what it's looking for. Okay, so all it's just looking for the prices below, the 10-day daily, the 10-day range. Okay, it's got nothing to do with EMAs or SMAs. You just have to look at a chart. I mean, it's some of these will be so obvious, but here's all the 10-day action. Boom, below it. So it's got nothing to do with EMA or SMA. Yeah, it was just going to be a little bit over 13. But guys, I understand this room. I mean, if you just want to know what my thinking was on this one, I'm somebody who likes to watch, see a whole number break, number one. I don't like taking trades right off the bat. I am making a bit of an exception. When I say right off the bat, I don't usually like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. But I am making an exception on my 10-day daily breakdowns, okay? Because they on a 10-day daily breakdown, especially if it's got news, so earnings or bad news, I will make an exception, but I'll usually wait for a whole number break, which I did. And so my stop was going to be not that far above that whole number, which was 13. So getting in at 12.94, my stop was going to be around 13.10, which of course it didn't hit. But how you will trade these is completely up to you if you take the trades. So let's see, what time is it? 10:24. Well, okay, welcome guys. Anybody brand new to the room? Welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 10:30. I wish 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. Look at VTRS. Man, it could challenge 11 now. What a disaster. And it's interesting because, it was down in the pre-market, but I guess because of that float. Understand that this is a massive, massive move. 23% with that sort of a float. That's a massive, massive percentage move. You don't often see things like this. And that's why, it looked like it was kind of basing a little bit in the pre-market. And it could have gone either way. So, yes, welcome to the room. Again, the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. So this is the last day of the test drive, for those of you who are in the test drive. And what I'm going to do is just put my homepage link in. All right, there's my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we still have this promo on. I'm not sure how much longer, probably for a few more days, but to be on the safe side, I doubt if it's going to be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. But I don't know. I don't know when it runs to. But anyway, there it is. Test drive sale is the promo code. 20% off the first month for the entire year. And this is how much. So we've had a price reduction for our premium and standard on an annual basis, okay? So, but you can apply the 20% to that. So that works out to about $1,600, and this will work out to about $800, okay? Applying the 20%. And the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. So this is what the AI looks like. I'll go over the AI in a bit. Obviously not so far mixed results, but certainly this one, the AUPH to short, this could be really interesting all day. We don't know. You don't have to take an annual subscription, of course. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, premium. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I want to see. I've just got a Bluetooth issue. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I just have to change headsets. Just give me a moment. Just give me one more minute or so. I just got to get this Bluetooth device working. Just give me a moment. There it is. Okay. So again, you don't have to go on an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. So that 20% discount you can apply to the first month only, okay? On a monthly, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, $118 and $228. But this is what I would do. If you're unsure about this program, don't take out an annual subscription. Take out a monthly. You can still try us out. If you decide that you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. Okay? So don't take out an annual subscription because you've got to look at our refund policies. They're not friendly on an annual subscription. But there's no reason to pile into an annual. Take a monthly subscription. If you like us, you can always update to an annual and we'll honor the 20%. Okay? More information on my homepage. So the trade of the week. So I just want to talk about the 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that one's going to be. Now it's not, I'm going to have to really name this because I'm not just going to concentrate necessarily on one stock now. But anyway, obviously I'm going to be talking about VTRS. And then all the education that we have is here. You click here. And we've got a very comprehensive user guide now. But if you're brand new, I would probably start off with the introductory lessons. They go over all the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support. You'll hear me talk about a YouTube room. I do take a break at around noon Eastern somebody else, one of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so it should be Sean, who if you're a bit of an option trader, Sean is an option trader at Trade Ideas. We don't scan for options as such. We do have some option filters, but you can head over there if you want to talk options and other things. But he is an option trader, and he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And also, of course, Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30, Chris takes over in our YouTube room, Chris Farley from Trade Ideas. And daily webinars. So we should, I don't think there's one today. Not 100% sure, but anyway, you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, there's a great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So these sections, these are all free, and of course, but if you want my scans, you must have a subscription. So I've added some. From last week, I've added the breaking up and down on volume. I have a momentum scan. I've got Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay. So these are the ones that I added. But here are all the scans that I am sharing, including people are asking for the 10-day daily breakdown right there. So in these two sections, lots of information. So save my link. Then you can take a look at this anytime you want. Okay? So the no repeat just tells you the first time the alert happened, okay? I just like to see, so that's all it means. Don't repeat, that's DR, that's what it stands for, okay? So the first alert happened at 9:33 and the price was 13.34. So I can go back in time and say, what happened from there? Well, obviously, awesome happened from there. That's what don't repeat means. Here, you'll see the stock as it keeps making, in this particular case, new low after new low, okay? And this is the other. I know a lot of you won't short. Well, okay, this is the daily breakout. Okay, but that's what don't repeat means. You can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened after that very first alert? Give me one moment. Okay, this one is making a new high now, guys. We talked about this a little bit in the pre-market. The SBSW, of course, it's a gold play. Almost, a little bit choppy though for my taste. I mean, this was the pre-market action way up here. Market opens and it just, sold off. And now it's trying to recover a bit. So, excellent, Susan. Welcome to the community, as we like to say. So Justin, Indo? Well, it might be, but you understand that Indo is a very, very whippy one. So, maybe it's consult, but it's a very whippy one. You got to be so careful. 1.5 million in the float. I know the AI, there it was. Suggestion 1476. Obviously, it dropped after that. So this is just a very, very, this is a tough trader. Can't say any more about that, but it looks like it is trying to consolidate a bit. But even if you took this one, you better have a pretty wide stop because this is very, very volatile. I mean, the consolidation is pretty good right around that 14 level. So if it gets some volume, I mean, look, you know, there's a 15-minute candle. That was the 10 o'clock candle, and it popped it up to 15.20, but it came right back down. I mean, you've got to be awfully careful. Just be aware of that float. 1.5 million in the float, and it's a very, very low float, and that's why you get the, you know, intense volatility. You know, and it's an energy play, so still don't see what it, let's take a look at what XLE is doing. So the energy stocks are starting to move a bit, okay? And of course, all to do with Russia, etc. So not a stupid question, Lori. This is not a Mac-based program, okay? So there are 3 ways in which you can watch. You know, we have a web-based version, which is probably what you're on. If you're willing to take a program like Parallels, something like that, an emulation program, which a lot of people with Macs do, including many who have Macs at Trade Ideas. I don't, but many have Macs at Trade Ideas, and they'll use an emulation program, or they'll do something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, okay? There's no question that, you know, if you're willing to do AWS or an emulation program, you'll get more out of Trade Ideas because it is a PC-based program. So, but, you know, there's nothing wrong with the web-based version, but it's not as robust. And, you know, it's that simple. All right, guys, there was the bounce off 11 for VTRS. So I am totally out of this one right now. Okay, totally out of it. For those who have Macs, this was a podcast that was done a few months ago, I think by Sean and Michael. Sean has a Mac, and so does Michael. And so this was a podcast they did explaining for Mac users what you can do. Whoa, look at this, guys. Okay, maybe we are going to have that beautiful day. Look at this bounce here. Look at this on the SPY. Look at the SPY. This could turn into my favorite day. The big gap down and then a nice reversal throughout the day. What makes earning? Well, you know, when a company releases earnings, I mean, you know, they do it every 3 months, right? So a lot of these companies, you know, they can be kind of dormant until they release earnings. Some of these smaller ones. So it's the reaction to earnings. Okay, I mean, it's just a reaction. So you have to look at, if you want to read, you have to read the press release. You see, sometimes you look, the question is from our YouTube room, what makes an earning stock move up and down most of the time? Well, again, if you just look at a headline, sometimes you'll see a headline and it'll say revenues are up, earnings were up, but you got to dive deeper in it sometimes because that they may say, but we're guiding lower for the next quarter. So, you know, it's the market tells you. The market tells you. I don't care what they said in like VTRS. I didn't even read it. It just said, you know, I knew it was an earnings play, and that's the reaction. I mean, that's it. So it's not so much, you know, the absolute earnings per share or revenue. A lot of it is to do with guidance. Did they beat expectations? Again, a company can have positive revenue, positive earning, but if the so-called street was expecting more, stock gets punished, company gets punished. It's that simple. And, you know, I mean, the lower the float, of course, you get more volatility. That's why I'm just saying this is it's unusual for a stock with 1.2 billion in the float to be down so much, you know, have that effect. Yeah, this EPAM, yeah, wow, look at EPAM. Holy smokes, I didn't realize it was this expensive. Just getting clobbered here. Like most of these tech stocks, wow, $730 last month, approximately, or 772. Oh, wow. Well, guys, one of the DWAC, DWAC on the move here. What's the high last on Friday was 93.44. And even GME, which will not die. GME just will not die. What's AMC doing? These are, of course, one of the AMC, GME, the two top memes, well, the ones that started it all. Over a year ago now. All right, what is trade ideas? Look at the market, guys. This is really you trying to play bounce plays or the gap down and reverse. These are should start to work now. So what is trade ideas? Trade ideas is a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So I've already shown you that I am sharing a lot of my scans if you go to my home page. But of course, if you want to build your own scans, go ahead. So this is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows, don't repeat. So this is the format. You right click on an alert window or a top list window and you want to find out. So if you downloaded some of my scans and you want to find out what it's looking for, the scan is looking for, right click, configure, summary. This is going to tell you in English language, what is this looking for? So if a stock is between 1 and 20 and the current volume is 8, this is our relative volume filter. This is probably one of the most powerful ones we've got. This means that it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal, what it normally does over the course of a day, and minimum volume of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay? I'm just showing you the concept. You want to build your own scans, you will always start off with some filters. So on this particular one, if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? So that's why we see these stocks, and of course this is on the downside. So if you want to build your own scans, you can do it. So again, I'm going to right-click, configure, and now I'm going to do a search. So one of the things we did as a company, when this company started in 2003, they said, you know what, most people do not want to learn a programming language. And so they decided that what they would do is they would try to create enough alerts when you see these icons, and then you scroll down. Let me do it more quickly. Come on. When you see these icons, these are the filters. So now don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. But why we created a lot of them is because for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So no programming language to learn, but also you don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. Imagine this is, again, most of us know Microsoft Word. Look at that manual. I mean, pretty daunting, isn't it? But of course, most people don't care. All they care about is, well, how do I print? How do I save? How do I, a few things. Well, same thing here. You don't have to learn them all, but we've created enough so that, again, for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. So again, I've already showed you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but we're also sharing many scans here. Well, not necessarily. I mean, just because a stock is making a new low for the day is not necessarily is it going to pull that's a pullback. This is one I actually took it off my list. I guess I shouldn't have, but let me just go to File, load from cloud, and this is one. I don't play pullbacks that much, but so here's one. There's a top list, okay? Biggest pullbacks on winners as an example, okay? You can take a look at this. Yeah, so we don't have one. We don't have ADMAs at all, okay? So that is a pull. So what that means is a stock that it was a nice run. It's still going to be over 3% above the close, and then it's pulling back to a certain level. Now, does that mean it's going to stop there and then move forward? Obviously we don't know for sure, but you can take a look at that. EPM did halt, and it's a long halt now. Oh, it got halted again. Sorry, 10:44. What time is it now? So it got halted again. Yes. So it got halted about here, and then it got halted again. Wow, what a drop. Whew. Okay, so TRD, understand, I don't know. I don't have a, I'm not trying to be mean. So the question is, how did I know VTRS was not going to go under 11? I don't know anything. I mean, I'm not trying to be flip here. I'm just looking at a chart and, hold numbers can hold it. But I thought maybe 12 would hold it, which is why I covered a lot of my short right around 12. I didn't know it was going to, break down under 12, but I didn't know that 11 was going to hold it. I'm just wary of hold numbers, that's all. I'm just, so I didn't know for sure. Yeah, so the question from our YouTube room is there a 1 minute, 5 minute, 10-minute high scanner? Yes, on an alert. So again, if you're ever wondering what we have, okay, it's fine. I don't mind answering questions, but I mean a lot of the questions to see what we have. If you right click on an alert window and then click on search, okay. So question was, do we have a 5-minute high or a 10-minute high? Just type in 5, see what we have. Okay, there's a 5-minute high as an example. New 5-minute high, new 5-minute low. Do we have a 10? Just type in 10, see what we have. Yeah, we got a 10-minute low, okay? I think we got a 2. I don't think we have a 5 or a 1. We don't have a 1 minute. The lowest is 2 minute. In fact, I don't know. We don't have a 2-minute high. So the lowest is a 5-minute. So so the fact that I'm using a new high for the day, you don't have to. I'm just a momentum trader, okay? So I like to see stocks that are making new highs or new lows for the day. That's just my style. But you could, and so that's my trigger here, new high or new low for the day. But you could make it a new 5-minute high or a 5-minute low or a 10-minute. Okay, I mean, it's up to you. Just a minute. My little dog here, all excited. So I don't know about an ADMA. I know some of the other traders, Susan, have pullbacks. I don't have one ready-made, but you can, if you go to info at tradeideas.com, I think one of the guys, in fact, let's see if I have it, if I saved it. But if I don't have it, let me see, there is something called Jam Down, but let me just see if I have it, okay? Jam, morning jams. Yeah, I think Steve has something called jam down to the 10. I don't know if they to the 8, but I think down to the 10 SMA. So you might want to ask for that one, okay? And just go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask about pullbacks to, well, first of all, maybe somebody does have one to the 8 SMA. I'm pretty sure that they most of them use the 10. So you can ask for that. I just don't have it. So let me just continue a little bit with my spiel. So if you don't want to create your own scans, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but also we have a ton of scans here, all right? Dock channel bar. If you click from our toolbar, you click on new and then dock channel bar, this is what you're going to see. So these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, the momentum channel, Momo. So here's a momentum scan. Now actually this is one that I'm sharing. I actually took this one, and this is one that I am actually sharing in my on my homepage. But this is the idea of it. And so if you like this one, first of all, to see what it's looking for, again, get used to this concept. Right click an alert window or a top list window, and then click on configure, and then click on summary. It's going to tell you what it's looking for. So if you like the look of this as it is, then you can save it to the cloud. I'll show you quickly how to do that. But you can also, of course, and just with my scans also, you can also adjust them. For instance, you may not like this price range. So for instance, if you wanted to make it 10 and 100, you just change it. I'm going to click on summary. You see how it is now changed. If you wanted to change anything else, you can change it. Now you say okay. So now this has changed. So if you stay on this channel, the change will, obviously the change will remain. The thing is though, that if you leave the channel and then come back, that change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. But what you do is, if you do make a change, or if you just keep it the way it is, you right-click, right-click, and then duplicate into a free-floating window. And this appeared on one of my other monitors. So here it is, and then you can save it to the cloud. Right-click, save or share to cloud, save. What I'm trying to show you though is that all you do is you can go to the different channels and start extracting the different scans that we have, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, creating your own layout, with scans that we've, built for you really. Okay, so so if you don't want to build any of your own scans from scratch, we've got a lot of scans that you can take a look at. Just go to the channel bar and also, of course, the scans that I've created. Thank you, Jay. There it is. The jam down to the 10. And that's the beauty of the room, We can share scans. If I don't have it, somebody else might. Okay, Susan? JP, I don't know. I don't know. We've got 5 traders, and we all have different styles. I'm definitely the momentum trader of the group, more of an active day trader. The rest of them are more swing trading. But there it is, okay, Susan? So right above you, there is a link, okay? And that is the jam down to the 10. Okay, guys, so I've already gone over, again, my scans, how you can take scans from our toolbar. You click on new, dock channel bar. We've got a lot of scans there. And just as an aside, okay, you'll notice we've got, when you click on the toolbar, you click on new and you'll see channel bar and you'll also see dock channel bar. All right, so the reason why we have two, and eventually this channel bar will go away. You'll notice that when I click on dock channel bar and I click on like one of the channels, you notice that underneath my scan, my layout still remains. And that because before, when you would click on a channel, your scan would disappear or your layout would disappear. Now, of course, you would have saved it to the cloud and all, but it was a real pain. It probably really prevented people from going to our channel and our channel bar and surfing every now and then to the various channels. And that's what this one does. That's why I'm not going to click on it. If I click on new and then channel bar, if I clicked on one of these, my layout would disappear. Okay, now there are some scans in here, some channels in here that we could not put it in a dock channel. I know this Trader's Vault has got a lot of scans in it. Okay, and we couldn't put it in a dock channel bar because there's just too many scans. It just wouldn't make sense. But that's why these exist. But remember, when you click on one of these here, your layout will disappear. No idea why. Well, you have to, TRD, you've got to, every day, just like I do, you've got to go to our home page and log in from our home page. So I can give you the alert, or not the alert, but the link to get into the trading room. I have to do the same thing. So if you save the link and thought, well, I can just save the link, but if you go into the trading room link, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and you have to go to our home page. Just like I have to do the same thing. Now, the AI, obviously not having a great day so far, but I use it like a watch list. So for instance, the AUPH, yeah, you never know. Later on, this could really get rolling again on the downside. Yeah, so TRD, just click on my link and try again, okay? Click on that link I just put in. But this is what the AI looks like. Again, not a great day so far. This is how I would watch it. Just from our toolbar, click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is what you'll see. And I would, if you have our premium service, I incorporate this as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before 9:30, this will be blank. The earliest alert will happen at 9:35. You notice the earliest one today was at 9:42. I mean, this could turn around later on. NRSN, I mean, you never know. That's why you use it like a watch list. Okay, then I just want to talk a little bit about this window that is called Brokerage Plus, this big blue window called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put the links in. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus link I just put in. Okay, so Brokerage Plus, this is this blue window here. Now it's only available if you're using our app, okay? If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So the link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this little feature option available so that you can trade from within Trade Ideas. That's all it means. The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. It also, how I like to demonstrate it is if you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Okay, you notice underneath this Brokerage Plus there are two options. One says live, and that's that short video if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can connect. The other one says sim for simulation trading, paper trading. So you click on sim. I'll do it from scratch. Okay, so when you look at this, it should say not connected. So you click on sim, and then it's going to say select account. Click on that, and then simulated trading default should pop up. You click on that. Now you're in simulation mode. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're unsure about who you want to use as a broker, doesn't matter. It uses our real-time data, and so you can practice trading. All you need is our standard service to practice trading. Very, very simple to do. You just click on an alert. Here's MULN. Okay, and it pops out here. There's a symbol. You pick how many shares. You pick the price you want to go in at. And you click, if you're going to short it, you click sell. If you're going to buy it, you click buy. Okay? Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, okay? Please don't ask about any other broker because I don't know when or if it'll happen. Yeah, that should be, yeah, it's embarrassing because it says TD soon. It depends when you saw it. That should be gone, okay? It's not that we don't want TD, Ameritrade, but it's just an issue that we're trying to deal with, and we're trying to deal with for a year, okay? So right now it's IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. Okay, guys, so that is about it for the TI spiel that I do at around 10:30 every day. Now I can kind of take a look at stuff that I might want to trade myself. All right, what are we doing here now? Let's take a look at IMPP 1024 276. So nothing is happening right here with this one. Market continues its surge. It's funny, I'm not getting too many. Well, this one was early, guys. I mentioned this one. Wow, right around here. Not bad. The STLA, this was a gap down and reverse. And it is still it is still reversing. Okay, another uranium play, guys. Quadruple U, 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 U. Well, I'm just chomping at the bit to see if we get another one of these 10-day daily breakdowns. So far, only one, but you know, as I say, sometimes you just need one. Now, again, there will be some other ones, okay, outside of the price range I'm looking at. That's all. Well, so much for those 3 downgrades this morning for Foot Locker. So FL, you know, had the disaster day on Friday. That was the star of the 10-day daily breakdown on Friday. The high here is 31.18. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert up there. We're at 31.28. See if it takes it out. Takes it out today or maybe tomorrow. Hey, it might start to fill that gap. I mean, for all the reasons that went down, they're still in place. Remember, it was just disaster, a reaction anyway, to its earnings release on Friday. Okay, so Justin, in the idea of surfing, you can kind of do something like that. You don't have, you have no control over the time. I think the default, I think it is 8 seconds, 7 or 8 seconds, but that's in essence what the surfing does, okay? And it'll look at a top list. Now, the only problem is that if you have a bunch of top lists, it is going to go through them one by one. So if you only have one top list that you're interested in, for it to do that, then you can create a top list, attach the symbol list to it, and then it'll just load those charts over and over again. I don't think it's 5 seconds. I think it's about 7 or 8 seconds. Does all that make sense? Because that's what the surfing does. You can see right there, you see it's going to ride now. Now it's going to go, the next one to load, it'll be BFLY. Okay? And that's a top list. And then once it's done with that top list, it's going to go another one that I have. And there it is. It's going to AZRE. Now it's going to DEA. And then the next one will be DQ. Okay? Yeah, it's only going to go to the top 3. Okay, sorry, Justin. It's only going to go to the top 3. Now, what you can do is create a race out of it, I guess. So you can take these, put them into a symbol list, and attach it to a top list. And as you know, you get new ones, you can keep adding them. I mean, I don't know how many more we're going to get today. And then with the top list, create a race out of it. And if you're wanting to know about the racing, go to the user guide and go to the race section. It shows you how you can create your own race using your own top list window. So does that make sense? You basically just highlight them. Whoops, highlight them. I'll do it again. Highlight them, and then Control C to copy them, and then you paste, and then you can create a symbol list with these symbols in, and then as another AI alert. I mean, it's a little bit of work, but it's not the end of the world. And then create the symbol list using these symbols, and then attach them to a top list, and then create a race out of it, and then you'll see them all day long. This MULN, guys, is, it is active. I'm just wary of trying to get through this high here, but boy, Foot Locker is really reversing here. Now, guys, AUPH is actually doing a pretty good reversal here. You can kind of see if it takes this area out right here, which is around 1180, You know, it could reverse somewhat. Here's another one, guys. Another gap down and reverse PSO. But you know, you've got to keep watching the market. You know, these are reversing typically because the market is helping. Typically, that's the reason. Oh, you can do it in trade ideas. It's just that you know you're talking about a you can do it. I mean, just like I described, you can run the race and you can see the ones that are that are the most active. I mean, to me, that's what you want to see. You want to see the ones that are most active in your list. That's the whole concept of the racing. And you can do it. Susan, you can do it. I mean, that's what I'm trying to describe. You can take this and copy it, put it into a symbol list, attach it to your top list window, and run the race. The only thing is that as you, I mean, it's not a big deal, but as you get a new alert, you just put it into the symbol list. You know, with the AI, it's not like you get 1,000 alerts a day. And the other thing you can do is just use, you can right click and send to the symbol list that you want it to go into. So if you create a symbol list, maybe call it the AI symbol list, whatever you want, and you just send it there. So you don't actually have to. I mean, it's a couple of steps, but then it gets added pretty quickly. Yeah. So you want to study that? Go to our user guide. So you click on my homepage link, and then go to the user guide. I'm sorry, go to the education section. Okay. Click on the user guide. And then scroll down. And right here, TI stock race. This covers virtually everything you have to know about creating your own race. Okay. 2 videos. Okay. So you're really interested in looking at stock racing, then take a look at this. I mean, I can go over some of it, but I mean, this is a great, you might forget what I'm saying. So, just take a look at this. This is, I think, very well done. And again, that is on my homepage. And again, here's my homepage link again. All right, guys. So MAXR, this is now depends what the market does. So the market right now is basing a little bit here. I mean, we may still have a nice continuation. I mean, the NAS has gone positive. Okay. The Dow has had a nice big recovery, and the SPY, of course, is having. You can see what's happening here. So I mean, if this keeps basing here, and then starts to move, I mean, this could be another great bounce day. I'm surprised we're not getting any others on that 10-day daily breakdown. Again, it's, the filters I'm using, I purposely put some pretty tough filters in there. I don't want a lot of alerts. So this is BP Midstream Partners. So this is BPMP, obviously tied with BP. So BP is probably, yeah, I mean, it's a nice reversal for BP. With that float, that's a pretty big move with that float. You heard me talking about the float. Why? Because, when you have something that has such a big float, it takes a lot to move a stock percentage-wise. And this, we talked about the VTRS earlier. I mean, it is unusual for something that is, 1.2 billion in the float to have a 22% move. Yeah, less is definitely, for me anyway, less is definitely more. I mean, I have a lot of scans that I created. That doesn't mean you load every single scan. If you did that, you'd never get anything done. Here. All you'd be doing is clicking on alerts all day long and you'd never get anything done. So why I've created a lot of different scans is you can kind of pick and choose what you might want to concentrate on. Well, guys, MULN. This is now what we call severe rippage on a percentage basis. I mean, look at that volume, 188. I did not take this one. I did not take it. The minute it did this, got underneath 90 again, I kind of lost sight of it. But, it's, it had a pullback here. But man, oh man, on a percentage basis, 83%. I point out things. I mean, there's a lot of different trading styles. So, I mean, I just point ideas out. That's why we're called trade ideas. And, it's winning the race, keeps winning the race. Sure, I was asked, can I look at the sectors now? Now, I'm sure, well, we're obviously, the tech sector probably has had a big recovery. So I'm going to, we do this about 10 minutes before the market opens, but of course this can really change. So look at communications as an example. I think that was about zero. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Now energy, when we looked last, it was about 50-50. So XLE, so the stocks that make up XLE, now 82% of them are above Friday's close, as an example, okay? Communications, when we looked about 10 minutes before the market opened, this was about zero. Technology was about zero, but you can see the recovery, communications and technology stocks, as an example. That's why the NAS has gone positive. Okay, so what we see 10 minutes before the market opens does not necessarily mean that's the way it's going to be the whole day. So why this is important, if you want to get in, if you, for instance, were looking at an energy play right now, doesn't necessarily have to be anything that makes up XLE. Now, obviously not every single energy stock is in XLE. But if you wanted to get into an energy play right now, you thought, wow, I wonder what, overall what's happening. Well, the trend will be your friend. It's a cliche, but it's true. You're in a strong sector right now if you wanted to get into an energy play. As opposed to if you said, I wouldn't mind maybe trading a bank today. Well, look at financials. 87% in an XLF down for the day. Now, it doesn't mean every single stock outside of this is going to be down, but you are going against the trend if you're trying to play a financial stock right now. Now, again, if you had a financial that had earnings and it was, it was trading completely against, well, fine. But, if it's not, if it doesn't have really anything, news for it, then, and you want to try to trade a bank stock today, you are going against the trend as we speak. So you could have this up and running all day long if you wanted to, just to have it, be able to glance at it. You can shrink the window down a lot. I'm not saying you should do this, but if that's what you wanted to do, you could. Okay? Whatever time it was, about 1293. Okay? 1294, 1293 VTRS. I just took it when it broke underneath 13. So it was earlier than the 15 minutes. I know I say all the time, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but I do make an exception for the 10-day daily breakdowns. I don't, sometimes you'll get an alert right at 9:30. I don't do it then, but wow, look at this. This is turning into last Thursday, guys. Just to refresh your memory about last Thursday. Remember, we had even a bigger gap down on Thursday, and we had an incredible recovery all day long. I mean, it closed at the highs. There was no real pullback at all. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher and higher. And so this is turning into that day again. Haven't really looked at CFVI. I know that trades with DWAC. Yeah, I mean it's up, but well, my miss definitely on the MULN, but I'm sure some of you took this one. Wow, this is really, I mean, they did have news. This was the news, but at MULN, trading higher after the company announced progress in solid state polymer battery pack development. So that was the news that happened in the pre-market. But then it actually dipped down below 90 a dollar again. I thought, okay, I guess that's it. But obviously I was wrong. I mean, it is really moving here. Well, let's take a look. I mean, what's the next high looking left? So the next high looking left looks like it is 136, and then after that it is 172. Man, if it takes out that 136, it still has 30 odd cents that it could keep running to. It'll be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. Remember, I think this was a SPAC, okay, that became MULN. Of course, it's an EV play. Got all the way up to 1636, and then over the last 4 months, slid. one that's ringing in my ERUS on the upside or the downside. Ooh, ERUS. So this is moving down. Okay. Oh well, this is the Russia ETF. Okay. Nice month. Yeah, and when PJ is talking about I might not like the price point, yeah, I mean I just have a certain price range that I like to trade. Doesn't mean that this is a terrible trade. Of course, UPST. Um, what I'm looking at here, I mean, if I were looking at this one and I didn't have a price range that because this is outside of the price range, but if I were looking at this, thinking about should I trade this, so what I'd be seeing here is 157.39. Okay, that's the next high looking left. So for me, for this to move from 154 to 157, I mean, it'd be great for me personally, just not a great percentage move though. And that's typically why I don't, I kind of shy away from these more expensive ones. Doesn't mean they can have big runs percentage wise. I mean, it's up 13% now. How much further could it go? But that's why I like the ones under 30 because for me anyway, they've got the chance of really making some huge percentage moves. Doesn't mean these are bad trades at all. Just because I don't I don't trade this price range. But the other thing is, I mean, I don't, when I restrict the price range, I'm also restricting the number of alerts that I get during the day, which is fine for me. But yeah, the channel looks awesome. I mean, if this has obviously been a beaten up stock over the last 4 months, like so many stocks have been. 358 down to, I mean, more than cut in half. I mean, good grief. I mean, look at this. 3 months previous. So this was a high of 356. I mean, down to $68. All right, guys, I will be, what time is it? 11:28. I'll be right back. Give me about a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see. Just looking at a few, some of the flyers. Remember RXT from last week? What a recovery it had. And, you know, it looks interesting still. I mean, it still looks interesting. RXT got clobbered on earnings, but like the rest of the market on Thursday, it rallied. I'm sorry, that's Wednesday, right? I got to get my dates. So, okay, Monday, Friday, Thursday. So like most of the market on Thursday, it did that. Even though on the day it had earnings, it recovered. And now it's getting, you know, closer and closer to the day, to that 12 mark on the, you know, the day before it really collapsed on earnings. Wow, look at the market. My goodness, what a move. This is a it's just absolutely shrugging off these big gap downs. Two of them anyway, as we speak. Now, I mean, you know what's going to happen. Assuming this keeps happening, all the indices are going to go positive. I've only taken the one, trade. You know, just that that gap down on the VTRS. Well, interestingly, though, Goldfields GFI is moving higher. Now, you know, typically, of course, the gold stocks have been a favorite now over the last little while because of what's happening. But you know, a lot of times when the market is starting to recover, the gold stocks will start to drop, and this one is not GFI, and it's, you know, it's getting closer and closer to an all-time high. Meanwhile, Foot Locker just inch by inch, penny by penny, keeps moving higher. I got my alert set at the high of Friday. See if it takes that out at some point. Wow, I really missed the boat in this MULN. That's just a phenomenal increase. Even if you just, you know, it already had a massive percentage increase in the pre-market, but off that dollar, I mean, you're talking 30%. So I just didn't trust it. All right, now I'm going to start looking at some of Zach's topping plays because, you know, this market I'm going to start looking at some of these topping plays to see maybe we're getting a bit of a top in some of these stocks anyway. Notwithstanding the fact that we're getting a bit of a red bar here in the SPY. EVBG. Let's take a look at EVBG. Yeah, same sort of thing, you know. I mean, eventually some of these things will just run out of steam a bit. All right, guys, let's see this EVBG. Yeah, I mean, this looks interesting, doesn't it? I mean, look at that 5-minute chart, and it looks like it's breaking down. You've got some support at around 35, 33 or so. So, yeah, I'm a momentum trader. It's very simple, Susan. I am a momentum trader, either to the upside or the downside. All my scans, if I get an alert, means the stock has made either a new high or a new low. Doesn't mean I just pile into the trade because of that. But, you know, for instance, you know, if something made a new high after it was consolidating a bit and it made a new high, then I start looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart to see how much room it has before it hits the next high. That, in a nutshell, is my trading style. I'm not a pullback player. Doesn't mean I will never, ever take a pullback trade, but, you know, I just decided early on. Now, the racing helps me. If I am going to take some kind of a pullback trade, you know, because the racing is showing me stocks that are winning a race in my top list, okay? And it could be something that is, you know, not making a new high, but maybe in the middle of the pack and it's starting to move, okay? That's how I would, if I were a real pullback player, you know, that's how I would be using the top list, or sorry, the racing. That's okay. I'm here to be bugged. All right, guys. I'm just what time is it now? 11:42. So I just want to confirm that it is Sean in our YouTube room taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon. Okay, just want to make sure it is him. The reason Sean is an options trader. Okay, I mean, I actually don't know if he trades stocks or if he just trades options. I really don't know, but he certainly trades options. So we get the question a lot. I mean, does Trade Ideas scan for options? No, but we do have option filters. So, for instance, right click, configure, search. Type in options. And this is what you'll see. So we have some very obvious ones. We have the put-call ratio. The option volume today, what that means, that's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, it puts both puts and calls. combine. Option volume today, again, puts and call volume today. And then we do separate it out, put and call volume today. And then this is kind of the key one, the option volume today percent. So for instance, if you want to see stocks that are having, like trading an abnormal number of contracts today, you could put something like 300 or 400%, which would mean 3 to 4 times the norm. So some people say that helps them trade options, so at least it zeroes in on those stocks that are having an abnormal option trading day, okay? But it's not going to show you strikes and all, it's not that detailed. It's just going to at least show you stocks that are having an abnormal day in terms of number of contracts that are traded. Now, I used to absolutely love my option scanner, not trading the actual, not trading options, but the scan, but just the stocks themselves, and I haven't paid as much attention to it. Well, I mean, look at MULN. Here it is, okay? There's MULN as an example, 104 at $1.14, $1.30 now. When we get out of earnings season, I'll probably pay a little more attention to this. Again, this used to be my absolute favorite scan. You asked me this 2 or 3 months ago, all I could wait for was for this one. But last month wasn't getting quite the same quality of alerts, and that happens. You can create your own scan, and it might look marvelous for a couple of weeks or a couple of months even. Then all of a sudden you'll notice, wait a minute, I'm not getting the same sort of alerts. They're not working as well, and that happens. Market conditions change, things happen. That's why you've got to, I always have a lot of different scans. And if I find that one doesn't seem to be working as well anymore, I'll just sort of retire it for a while and then bring up another one. And yes, Sean will be in our YouTube room, okay, at noon. So before I take my break at noon, I'll put the link in, and then you can head over there if you want. So with that recovery with the tech stocks, you notice here's ARK, ARKK. Probably most people know this is Cathie Wood. All right, guys, Nat is actually moving pretty well. I mean, it's an AI alert also. Excuse me. However, there's the 200-day moving average, right? 239. Now, will it really take this out? I mean, that's the whole thing. Will it really take this out, or will it kind of stall in this 200-day moving average area? So, I mean, when I saw that alert from the AI, that's the first thing that I looked at. I said, 200 days too close. I haven't talked too much about, trade, like when you're starting out trading, having a checklist and all. And you should have a checklist. You should be actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. And that for me would be one. I wouldn't take this trade because it was very close to the 200 day. This thing may just rip right through it and not care, but that's just one of the things. If I can't check everything on my checklist, I do not take the trade. And it's moving. I mean, there's no question it is moving. And maybe that 200 day will be a momentary blip and it'll just pile right through it. Maybe. But it is an AI alert. 231, 244 now. And look at the, remember I was talking about the NRSN. I mean, this may come back. I mean, it got down to, in fact, it actually took itself out of the trade at 196. Didn't like the way it was trading. Some algorithm kicked in. But as I say, the AI can be used like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, the stocks set up, maybe they even get stopped out, but later on in the day, they present another opportunity. There's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Now, be careful on the, would I be watching here for the SPY? I would not want to see it take this out, this 235 out. I'm going to stick an alert there. It looks like there's a pretty good base on the 15-minute chart. Support area, if it took that out, it could have a run on the way down. All right, guys, 11:50 now. So again, in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Be very interesting. I mean, keep an eye. Let's bring up a big SPY chart. Show you exactly what I'm looking at here. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. This area right here on the 15-minute. You can kind of see there's a little bit of a support in this area. So if it took this out, look out below for a while anyway. Yeah, I didn't even see this got halted. So it got halted at what? 456. A little bit of a pop, but it came right back down. This is the triple U. Okay, guys, look at the NRSN now. Look at the NRSN now. The pre-market high was about 229. All right, all eyes on the SPY, guys. What time is it now? 11:52. So this candle has about 8 minutes to close, 7.5 minutes. How do I know that? Real simple math, guys. Just look at your computer clock, okay? It's a 15-minute chart, and it's 11:53 right now, or 11:52 and a half. So that's why I know. People ask me that. I go, well, just look at your computer clock. So how much more do you want it to be, Mona? It's up 86%. Like, how much more do you want it to be? You know, remember, this was a sub $1 stock. It's also come down from, you know, this area up here. So there could be a lot of people taking profit. You know, the big gap already happened in the pre-market, you know, from 63 cents up to $1.12, held $1 and moved. That's another 30%. But, you know, how much more do you want? But remembering too, this is where it came from. So there could be a lot of people who were just praying that it, you know, could have some kind of a move, because I mean, again, that 60, this was what, 41 cent stock from almost $16. Imagine if you had been holding this and thinking, okay, it'll come back. Okay, it'll come back. Okay, it'll come back. You know what I mean? So just a minute. Coaster was stuck. Boy, this KTOS has just been pretty strong all day. Just a little pullback here in the 5s, hardly anything here, hardly anything here, almost straight up on the 15s. Of course, defense stock. Well, it's pretty simple, Susan. Now remember, a breakout doesn't mean, just because I get an alert doesn't mean if a stock was, hey, you know, 5 or 6 15-minute candles in a row up, I'm not going to ever chase anything. But if I get an alert and I see that, yeah, it's near the high and it looks like it's starting to base a bit, then what I do is I typically put a price alert a little bit above if I see that there's room for it to keep moving. And all I do is I just look left. I look left on a daily, and if I don't see anything, if, you know, for instance, if I didn't see any, if everything from KTOS was underneath here, if I didn't see this over here, so I could not quickly identify a high on the daily chart. Then I look at a weekly chart. If I don't see anything on the weekly chart, then I look at a monthly chart. It's really that simple, and then that'll make up my mind whether I want to take a trade. You know, I'm sizing these things up pretty quickly. But I'm never chasing. Just because I get an alert that a stock is making a new high, it doesn't mean I just take the trade. Guys, look at this. This is pretty interesting what's happening with the SPY. Look at these bottoming tails, you know, on the 15-minute chart, especially the last one. It looked like it was trying to maybe take that area out where I have a price alert, but the buyers are still in control, and this only has about 3 minutes to close. So again, do I know that something is going to continue higher just because I think it is broken out? Of course not. But I try to put the odds in my favor that when I look left on a daily chart, I don't see, you know, if a stock I thought was basing at 10 and then it broke out, okay? And I might look at that and I get an alert. But if I look at the chart and I see a whole bunch of trading at around 10.20, which I might think, that could be a lot of resistance, I'm not going to take the trade. But if I saw, excuse me, the next high was say at 10.60, and my breakout area is 10.10, I think, okay, that's got 50 cents on a $10 stock. You know, that's not a bad percentage move. Doesn't mean it's going to get all the way up to that high, but at least all I try to do is take out chart resistance as one form or of one reason why a stock may not continue higher. That's all. It doesn't 100% mean that a stock is going to continue. I just try to eliminate that though from the equation. But look, you're a pullback trader, okay? And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just that what I decided is that I cannot cannot try to follow all sorts of different setups. I think I said, okay, I want to be a momentum trader, and I just sort of specialize in that. That's not necessarily what everybody should do, just what I'm comfortable doing. I'm also very aware of whole numbers. I'm always thinking that a stock, to take out a whole number, either on the way up or down, there could be some support. It's just psychological. That's why I waited on the VTRS, even though it came at 1334, I waited for a 13 break. It's not, and again, that's not, there's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong in any of this.
If you don't have $5,000 in your account.
What's happening, everybody? We'll get with you in just a sec here. Let me just get things up and running the way we need it to. All right. So thanks, Barry, for the handoff. I'll be your host for the live Q&A today. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome. Glad you guys are here. Hope you had a great weekend. Had a little bit of excitement here in my little hometown. If you're a basketball fan, college basketball fan, the local team here beat the #1-2 in the nation this weekend. It was, for the people who care, it was a pretty exciting weekend. Anyway, it's not what you're here to talk about. This is the last day of our 2-week test drive. So if you have test drivers here, which I bet that we do, first of all, thank you. Thanks for taking the test drive. I hope this has been enlightening and enjoyable and maybe even profitable for you. We hope so. That's kind of the whole point of the software. But look, guys, for the next hour, I'm here specifically to answer questions about the software. Barry does a great job of answering questions about the software, but he also does a lot of other things. But this next hour, focused on questions about the software. And my standard disclaimer always is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I certainly know enough to be dangerous. So hit me with what you got. So on the YouTube channel, you see the little questions panel, the chat panel. Just go ahead and throw your questions in there. I'll see them and I will do my best to answer them. I see one in there already. Hi, Brian. Hello to you. Thanks for saying hi. Scott's got a question. How do I create a multi-strategy window? Okay, that's a great question. So first of all, for those of you who don't know what a multi-strategy window is, all it really is, it's a window designed to save you screen real estate. So notice on my layout that you're looking at right now, in my lower right corner, I've got a alert window. This is an alert window showing me stocks that are making all-time highs. All right, that's just one of the things that I like to keep open, something I like to pay attention to. Now, if I had multiple alert windows, and preferably this works best if these are multiple alert windows that aren't super active. If you've got 5 alert windows that are sending you alerts every second, maybe not the best candidate for a multi-strategy window, because what a multi-strategy window does is it basically just takes multiple alert windows and combines them into one window to save some screen real estate. I don't know about you guys, but you might have limited screen real estate. You don't want to have windows open all over your desktop. You'd rather just have one window that shows you multiple things, right? So the question is, how do I create a multi-strategy window? Well, it's been a while since I've created one, but we'll do it here. The way you launch any new window in Trade Ideas is you go to your menu bar here at the top, the TM menu bar, you click New, and you choose Multi-Strategy Window. Okay? Now, it's just going to be a blank window when you're starting from scratch. And what you're going to want to do now is you're going to want to right-click in this window and choose Strategies, and then choose New Strategy. Now, you could create one from scratch, okay, by just going into the Configure and create a new alert from scratch. That's one way to do it. Or if you already have a number of alert windows that you've created and you want to bring them in, you're going to use the collaborate function. So maybe I should back up here. Let's X out of this window. Let's start with my all-time highs alert window. Let's say I want to bring this into the multi-strat window. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to right-click in my all-time highs alert window, and I'm going to choose collaborate. All right? I choose collaborate. I've got this long, ugly code here. Don't worry about that. Just hit copy all. That's going to copy that code to your clipboard. Now we're going to go back to the multi-strategy window. I'm going to right-click. I'm going to choose strategies, new strategy, and then I'm going to choose collaborate. And in this window here, I'm going to just delete what's there, and I'm going to hit paste all. This is what I just saved from my clipboard, and now it's loaded in the strategy right here. So it just kind of skipped a step, but it shows you right there, my all-time high strategy. You don't have to have this column here. We could change the columns later, but you could see that this CMC alert came from my all-time high strategy. And if I right-click now and do strategies, you'll see I've got all-time highs. That's the only strategy, or I can add a new one. So let's add some new strategies to this. So we have multiples. Let me open up a alert window from my cloud. Let's see here. Here's an alert window. No, all-time highs. We already just used that. We just used that one. Let's do this. Alert windows. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. That sounds like a good one. So let's load this one up. So here's another alert window, and I want to add this to my multi-strategy window. So what do? I right-click in this window. I hit collaborate. I copy this code. I just hit the copy all button. Okay, so now I've copied it to my clipboard. I go into my multi-strat window. I right-click. I choose strategies, new strategy, collaborate, and then I just hit paste all, and boom. Now I've got moving high with unusually strong option volume, and it's showing me the last alert that fired. It's right there, MULM. All right, and now if I go to strategies, you'll see I got two strategies, and two of them are active, right? So I could repeat those steps, Scott, right? Is that Scott? Yeah. I could repeat those steps and just continue adding more and more strategies. You could have, 10 strategies in there. You could have 20 strategies in there. Once you've got a bunch of strategies, though, you might want to, to help. Sorry, I just realized my mic was so far away. I apologize for that, guys. What you might want to do is change the colors of the different strategies, if that helps. So what you could do is in your strategies, you go to, let me restart. Strategies, new strategy, colors. There it is. There's colors. And you could go in here and, wait, I don't feel like that's the right way. This got to be a better way. Properties. Let me see. Configure all. Well, I guess, I don't know why colors is on this menu. That's kind of a weird spot. Foreground, we could change it to like, I don't know, orange. Okay. Background. Black. Okay. Yeah, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. There's a way to change the colors here per strategy. And it's a super obvious thing, and I just can't think of it right now. Oh, I see. So I have to select the strategy. So I'm selecting the all-time high strategy, and then I choose the colors, and this is where I change it, right? So let's do blue. Okay. See how that's how it's going to look right there. Let's give it a little background. Let's give it a, I don't know, do like a yellow background just so we can see some relief. Hit OK. And there you go. Okay, so see how this all-time highs alert that comes through looks like yellow now. So you could do, I would recommend doing that if you have a bunch of strategies. It just, it works for me. Maybe it doesn't work for you, but I like to have the different strategies just be color-coded so I know what I'm looking for. But Scott, I hope that made sense about how you create a multi-strategy window. If you have any more questions on that, let me know, and we'll get into it. Perfect circle. Are you able to set different alert sounds for each strategy in a multi-alert window? I believe the answer to that is no. You could set, the multi-strategy window is just going to have it one alert for all. Okay, so you go to properties, you go to actions, and you turn on the sounds and you go work through the setup to get, whatever kind of interesting sound you want. You want to use like a Mad Money Hallelujah sound. You could do that. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Probably not. But hit OK. It's going to be the same sound for every alert that fires in here, regardless of the strategy it comes from. If a perfect circle, if that's important to you, and for some people it is to have different alert sounds for different alerts, then unfortunately, you're going to have to use different alert windows. That's just the way it's set up. Iris, what would you like me to share? Are you talking about this moving higher with unusually strong options volume? Is that what you're asking me to share? If so, I will save or share to cloud. Save and share. Copy all. Moving higher, stronger options volume. There, I just put it in the chat. I just put it in the chat there, Iris. There you go. A perfect circle you've never played with multi-strategies in today. Well, you are welcome. What do I think about the market? Well, market goes up, market goes down. Either way, markets are moving, and as a trader, that's what I like. If you're asking me which way it's going next, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know. Whoever tells you that they know, they don't know. They think they know, but they don't know. Okay, another question from Scott. How can I use a multi-strat window to signal a single stock hits on multi-strats? That makes sense. Or does that make sense? Yeah, Scott, I think I understand what you're asking. So you have multiple alerts designed to catch one particular stock. So let's say you trade Amazon, right? So you want to know when Amazon fires based on different strategies, right? Am I understanding you correct? If so, I'll move along unless you tell me otherwise. What you're going to want to do is for every alert that you have in your multi-strat window, you're going to want to go into the alert and set those alerts to only scan for that particular stock and ignore all the rest. So let's work with the multi-strat window that we have right now. We've got two strategies at work and we got some alerts already coming through. What you're going to want to do is right click in the multi-strat window, go to strategies, and you're going to have to do this for each individual strategy. Okay. So we'll first go to the all-time high strategy. We're going to hit configure. And then to have this only look at one stock, you're going to go to the symbol lists tab. And in this little toggle where it says all symbols, that's kind of what it defaults to, right? Whenever you create an alert window or a top list, it generally defaults to all symbols unless you tell it to do otherwise. You could have it only pull symbols from certain lists. Here are some lists I've used recently that I could like place a checkbox in and get them. But otherwise, what you want to do here is in this toggle, choose single symbol. All right. And then type in whatever symbol it is you're looking to have it follow. Okay. And once you got that set, hit OK. And now that strategy, and see, look, all the alerts went away because it hasn't had an alert on Amazon yet. But all the alerts that come from that one strategy are going to be only for Amazon. And then you'll want to do that again with the other strategy, right? You want to go into the strategies and now change it on the moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Go into configure, go to the symbol lists tab, choose single symbol, and then type in your symbol. Okay? That's how you have to do that, Scott. I hope that makes sense. Hope that was clear. A Perfect Circle asked me, what's my favorite feature and usage that TI has? Well, I'm going to sound like a company man here, but I'm really liking these new stock races. Do I think that they could use some improvement on the UI? Yes, of course, and we're working on that. But the data, what it's telling me, I think these are pretty damn cool. And if you're an intraday trader, you want to be in the stocks that are moving. And these stock races are showing you the stocks that are moving right now, the stocks that are moving faster than the other stocks in whatever list that this is pulling from. All right, so my stock races I've got going right here. This is a stock race. Basically, each race you see is pulling from the list that you see right next to it. Okay, so I've got this top list down here is the stocks that have moved down the most since today's open. And this top list is the stocks that have moved up the most since today's open. And so, for example, this top list right here, it's telling me that RETA, R-E-T-A, has moved the most since the opening print. The thing opened around 23 bucks a share. It's now trading at 31. So it's up 39% since the open. But if I just looked at this top list and saw that, well, that's not really telling me what's moving now. Like RETA already has moved. It hasn't done anything in the last 2 hours. It's kind of just traded in this sideways range. But here you can see that right now in the stock race, IMUX is the one that's moving more than everybody else. It's moved 1% in the last 7 minutes. Let's pull up the chart. There you go. Look at that. Look at this 5-minute candle or 5-minute chart. This stock is ripping right now. But look on my top list, IMUX doesn't even show in my top 10, right? So I would have totally missed that. But the stock race showed me, hey, there's something going on here. So look, I know I sound like a company man because I know everybody's kind of pumping it right now because the whole team's pretty excited about it. But they're excited about it for a good reason, because this is a new way to visualize data that has the potential to really be a game changer for a lot of active traders. If you're a long-term investor, this probably is not going to move the needle for you. But if you're an intraday trader, particularly if you're an intraday trader, these new stock races are really, really cool, and you should definitely play around with them. And guys, anytime you want to build a stock race, you do that from any top list you've got open on your screen. So if I got top list right here, if I want to make I already have one, but let's just say I'm starting from scratch. If I want to open up a stock race on this top list, I just right click in the window and choose launch real-time stock race. And then I just kind of go through the menu items to get things ready. You have it set up the way I want. And then you hit the start button and it'll launch a race. See that? Pretty simple, right? Okay, Scott, I'm glad I was able to answer your question. Awesome. Okay, Rob asks, how can TI best find range-bound stocks? Well, I don't know if I can tell you the best way, but I can give you some ideas on how to do it, because there's probably a number of different ways to catch a range-bound stock. Let's go to a new, and let's create, first we'll start with an alert window, then I'll show you a top list window idea. But for an alert window, which basically alerts you when a trigger happens, we do have a consolidation alert, believe it or not. If I go to the search tab and type in consolidation, we have a consolidation alert. This will tell you that the stock has been consolidating. All right, so if I add this alert, place a checkbox in it, and I don't know how they measure the quality, but basically if you put a 10 in here, it's going to be like, it's going to be a super, super tight consolidation. Whereas if you put like a 3, it might be a little bit of a looser consolidation. But that's one way that you can get alerted when consolidation happens. I have to be honest, I haven't used that alert too often, so I can't tell you if it's a good one or the best one. I don't know what the best is, but you might want to play around with that. And by the way, for those of you who are test drivers here, new to the system, the great thing and the frustrating thing sometimes with trade ideas is you just got to play around. You got to experiment. You got to make mistakes. You got to try new things. You got to tweak your strategies. I've never built an alert window from scratch and nailed it on the first try. Never. All right. I've been using trade ideas I've been an employee of Trade Ideas for 5 years. I used to use the software years ago when I traded at a prop desk in the mid-2000s. I used early versions of Trade Ideas back then, and I can tell you I've never created an alert window that works exactly the way I wanted to on the first try. right? You gotta set it up. You gotta let it run for a little while, figure out what the weaknesses are, and then add your tweaks, add your flavors to it. It's a process, okay? So consolidation alert is one idea. Let's see, who was asking that question? I'll show you some more. Oh, it was Rob. Okay. The other idea, Rob, that you might want to play around with is let's open up a top list window and go to, let's start from scratch here. Let's go to the search tab, and we have a bunch of range bound filters. So, and again, this is going to take some practice, but we have a number of different ranges. I was thinking here, position in 60-minute range. Let's just do position and range. So this is, position and range is today's filter, or it filters on today's prices. So if I add this filter, and if I say, I don't know, let's say I want the stock to be in the middle of its range for the day, right? I don't want it to be up near the hot top. I don't want it to be down near the low. I just want it to be kind of in the middle. I could set this at, say, I don't know, 30 minimum and 70 maximum. Okay, so if I check my work here, it's going to show me stocks that are in between 30 and 70% above the low of the range. These are really what these are, percentiles of the intraday range. So it's above, it's basically right in the middle of the day's range, right? If it was below 30, it'd be in the lower 30th percentile of the day's range. If it was above 70, it would be in the upper 30 percentile of the day's range. But this would show you stocks that are just kind of trading along in the middle. These position ranges might be a good way to find consolidation. I'm trying to think what else. There's definitely more ways. Let's see. Let's type in consolidation one more time. Consolidation. Oh, why can't I type this morning? Well, here you go. Depending on your time frame too, Rob. You didn't mention if it was if you want a stock that's consolidating on an intraday time frame, or if a stock that's consolidating on a multi-day range. But if you're looking for stocks that are consolidating over a series of days, you could use this filter, consolidation, add the filter, and set a minimum of, let's say I want this thing to be consolidating for the last 5 days, right? So you set 5. You could check your work by hitting the little magnifying glass. Show me stocks where the stock has been consolidating for at least 5 days, okay? So that might help you as well. All right, Rob, let me know if you need any more clarification or any more ideas. I have to be honest, I don't use a whole lot of consolidation alerts. I'm not looking for stocks consolidating. I tend to trade stocks that are breaking out. That's more my thing. All right. Okay, great. I'm glad that helps, Rob. Debbie, you want me to share my race windows right here? I could share this. You just want the individual races. You're not talking about my whole layout. Let's see. If I right click in here, save or share to cloud. Up movers since today's open race. Save and share. Copy all. I'll put it in the chat as up race. And then I'll do the same for the down. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Copy all. Down. All right, Debbie, I just shared the cloud links for those races. You know what, though? Actually, now that I think about that, Deb, that might not work for you because it's it's pulling from my top list here, which is a custom top list that I created. So that might not work for you as intended because you don't have the same top list. I'll share the links to these top lists if you want that. Maybe that'll help. Maybe what you need to first do is you need to open up these top lists and then create the race. Okay? So let me share these. Okay, so I'm going to do up top list. Okay. And then I'm going to do save or share to cloud. Save this one. Down top list. So do this, Deb. Open up those top lists that I just shared with you, okay? And when you launch each one, we'll do this one at a time, but basically what you're going to do is just once you've launched, let's say the up movers top, let's just right click in there and choose real-time stock race. What I want you to do, boy, I'm confusing myself, so I'm sure I'm confusing you as well. Maybe what you should first do is launch the stock races that I sent you. They're probably not going to work right because you don't have the list, but just launch them and then right click and go under the hood. So go to show race setup and just take like a screenshot of what you're seeing here, the settings, okay? Because you're going to want to set those exact settings once you create a new race from your top list. So once you've taken a screenshot and you know what those settings are, or maybe just leave it open on your screen, then you go to the top list, you right click, launch real-time stock race, and then just make sure you get all these settings exactly like I've got them set here. So set the time, set the race lanes to 10, minutes to run, 10, based on change from open, choose delta like I've got there. Sort on delta value. I don't even really know what that does, if I'm being completely honest with you, but let's just keep everything set. And then I've got these 3 boxes checked. Bing, bing, bang, boom. And then you'll have the exact same race that I've got. Okay? Sorry, I was all over the place on that, Deb, but I think we got where we needed to go. Yes, a perfect circle. So you basically make the top list. You make the top list, and then you create the race from the top list, right? So from any top list, you just right click in it and hit launch real-time stock race. That's how you do it. Yeah, Debbie, what you're going to want to do is just create 2 separate top lists. That's the best way to do it. That's how I did it, right? I mean, this race was based off of this top list, and this race is based off of that top list. That's how I did it. Okay, Scott's saying, how can I set up my single stock window to look like yours? Okay, so you're talking about this window right up here. Single stock window. It's got the little S in the upper left. That's how you know it's a single stock window. So you want to have the exact same data points that I have, Scott. Okay, the way you do that is you just right click in the window, you choose configure, all right? And if I go to the columns tab, you'll see these are we call them columns, but they're basically, let me just move this down. These 5 data points here correspond with the 5 data points that you see right up in here, right? So basically, you're going to just find the things that you want to find. You'll find them over here on the left-hand side. If you want to add something, just say like, I don't know, average daily volume, 5 shares, or, if you want to use that, you highlight it, click this little arrow to left arrow to move it over. And now here it is. Okay. I don't want that, so I'm going to move it back. But that's how you do it. So let me kind of just refresh your memory. Right click in the window, choose configure, and then go to the columns and you could find new data points to add. If a specific data point that you're looking for is not here, all you need to do is just go back to the search tab here and find the specific thing you're looking for. I don't know, moving average or something, right? You can find whatever filter it is you're looking for. Let's say change from 50-day SMA change from 50-day is a data point you want to have on there, right? So you just highlight it and then click show column, and now it's going to move right there. It's going to go there. Now if I hit launch, you'll see now I've got change from 50-day SMA showing in here. So right now the stock is currently 5.5% above its 50-day moving average, which you can actually see it in this chart here. This purple, is that purple or blue? This blue line is a 50-day moving average, and you can see, the stock is just slightly above the 50-day moving average. Okay? And then if you want to remove anything, which I'm going to do because I don't really care about having that in my single stock window, just go back to configure, go to the columns, highlight that, arrow it over to remove it, and hit OK, and now that thing is gone. All right, so who asked that? Was that was Scott. So Scott, hope that answered that question. Iris, these top lists here, yeah, these change all the time. These are just showing me the stocks that are up the most on the day. That's it. Stocks are, sorry, not the stocks that are most up on the day. These are stocks that are up the most since the open. All right, so yeah, this list is changing as the market changes, right? It's going to be different stocks on here every day based on what's moving. Oh, Scott, I'm sorry. You were asking about my single stock chart. You talking about this chart right here, this SPY chart? And you want it to look like this, so like you like the gradient background that we have there. The way you do that, the way you change a background of any stock. Well, first of all, two things. You'll notice that if I click around, I'm in my all-time highs window, alert window here, and I'm clicking around. And every time I click on a symbol, you'll notice that these two charts change, right? Checkpoint, they change. But this chart here stays stuck on SPY. Well, that's because I've got, okay, Scott, I see what you're saying, but let me just finish this point because this will be instructive to some people. I've got this static on SPY, and the way I do that is if you go to properties, notice here I got symbol linking. I do not have it checked. It's not checked. So the only way to change a symbol in here is to, click on the chart and start typing and a new symbol will come up, and this will stay static. Whereas these charts keep updating anytime I click a symbol anywhere on my platform, right? Because I've got symbol linking checked. See a little checkbox next to symbol linking? Okay. All right. So Scott, you're asking about these charts here. You want them to look exactly the way mine look. Well, what is it that you want? Is you talking about the indicators, the moving averages that I have? You're talking about the time frame? Like this is a daily chart and this is a 5-minute chart. I mean, I could just share the cloud link for these charts with you if you'd like, if these are exactly the way you want them to be. In fact, let me do that right now. Here's the daily. I'm gonna hit save or share to cloud. Copy all. So here's my daily chart. Okay, there's the cloud link for the daily chart. And then for the 5-minute chart, I will save and share. Copy all. Here's the 5-minute chart. Okay, so now that I've shared those cloud links, okay, so this will be a good exercise for everybody. This is how you launch a cloud link. It's kind of cumbersome sometimes, but what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to, I know that in YouTube it doesn't show you the whole link. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click on the link to open it. Okay, so click on the link to open it, and it's going to launch a browser. Let me get my browser going here. When you click on the link, it's going to bring you to, nope, hold on. That's not what I wanted. Let me do this. I have to go through some extra steps here because I'm using Amazon Workspaces. But when you click on that link, the cloud link that I shared in the YouTube channel, okay, it's going to bring you to a page that looks like this. All right. Once you are here, then what you need to do is copy this full code here in the URL bar, right? Just right click and choose copy. All right. And then you could close that browser down and go to your TI menu bar because you copied that code to your clipboard. Go to File, Load from Cloud, and then it might already pre-populate for you right there. But if it doesn't, just clear that out and just hit right click and choose Paste. That will paste that whole code in there and hit Load, and boom, like it just opened up another chart for me where it was right on top, and it launched the item. Okay. So if that wasn't clear, let me just kind of go over that again. You want to click on that link that I shared there in YouTube. and that's going to launch the browser. Just copy that URL that is now showing in your browser, and copy that URL, and then go into your TI menu bar and just hit load from cloud and paste that code right there and hit load. Okay? All right, Scott. That's a nice thing, guys, with trade ideas. If you've got friends who use trade ideas, if you want the people at Trade Ideas to help you out, like our staff to help you out tweaking something with a particular window that you have, you could always share your cloud links with people, right? Maybe your buddy's got an alert window that's just been crushing it. And you could say, hey, buddy, send me that cloud link. I want to use that too. And, they send it over to you, and then now you have it too. It's a really great, a great feature. Okay, I think I'm caught up here. I see your question there, Perfect Circle. Is there a limit to how many scans you can save in the cloud? No, there is no limit to how many items you can save in your cloud. Check this out. If I go to my channel bar and hit the My Cloud button, let me stretch this out a little bit. I mean, I've got files. see the time? See the dates? I got files that go back many, many, many years. I got files that go back to, we're in 2017 now, right? And as you can see, I don't know how many items this is, but this is hundreds of things I've saved to my cloud over the years. You have unlimited storage, so don't ever worry about running out of space, okay? No one has ever run out of space saving things to their cloud. A Perfect Circle, you won't be the first, I promise you. A Perfect Circle, my suggestion to you is to find better buddies. If you got a buddy that won't share what's working, then find a better buddy. Iris, which scanner am I using these days? Well, I haven't really changed anything. Whether the markets are going up, whether the markets are going down, I still like to follow the things that I follow. I try not to break my process. I've been a trader for 24 years and I know what works for me. I'm not saying it's the thing that works for everybody, but I follow the all-time highs list because my favorite trades, my favorite setups are buying stocks making all-time highs. And when markets are going down, obviously it's slim pickings, right? There's not much to trade. But as our friend Jim Cramer likes to say, there's always a bull market somewhere. And you'd be surprised when we were selling off in recent days, there were still stocks making all-time highs. So it doesn't mean I trade them all. Okay, I don't. Just because the stock makes an all-time high doesn't mean I'm going to trade it. But I like to know when stocks are making all-time highs. I like to know two things from this list. And again, this is just me, guys. I'm not saying this is the way you should trade, but the way I do it. I use this list in two ways. Number one, I use it obviously for ideas, right? I see stocks come up, making all-time highs. I'm like, ooh, I might want to trade that one. If it's been a stock that's been making an all-time high every day for the past 10 days, I might not want to buy it because it's probably pretty extended at that point. But if it's making a fresh new all-time high, I'm definitely more interested in trading that. But I'm using it for ideas, number one. But also, I like to see, for me, it gives me a good temperature of how the market's going, right? Like if I'm seeing this alert window just rattling off names constantly all day, right? Then I know that, man, we are in a bullish environment. Things are moving, stocks are happening, people are putting risk on. That lets me feel a little bit more comfortable about being bullish, right? On the flip side, if I see this thing just doing nothing, right? If I haven't seen any new alerts come through at all, or it's been, one alert every hour, that tells me it's a pretty challenging environment to be buying stocks in. So that's how I use it, Iris, and that's how I've always used it, whether we're in a bull market or a bear market, whether it's an up day or a down day. It's just something I pay attention to. It works for me. It might not work for you, Iris, but it works for me. And then I like to pay attention to these things. These two top lists. I mean, by the way, guys, this layout that you're looking at right now, this is the layout that I keep open all day long. These are the things I want to pay attention to, right? So, we already talked about my all-time highs list. This top list is all my open positions that I have in Brokerage Plus, right? So obviously I want to keep track of what's moving there. This is just the big four indices. I like to at a glance know what the indices are doing. And then, yeah, these two top lists show me the stocks that are moving today, and the stock race gives me even more color on the stocks that are moving today. So these are the things that I pay attention to in any market environment, Iris. And this is a lesson for all of you who are here, especially for those of you who are new. Trade Idea software, as you're probably finding out, has a lot of features. Right? I mean, if I just open up this new menu here, and you can see these are all these different windows. These are all different features you can use within Trade Ideas. And every one of them is useful in their own way, right? But I've told this story before, so those of you who are regulars here, I apologize, you're going to hear it again, but this is more for the new people. But early days when I first started working for Trade Ideas back in 2017, I had a conversation with a longtime customer, a customer who'd been with us for over 10 years. He's still with us, by the way. Been with us for over 10 years, and we were just kind of having a chat on the phone about something, just random stuff, just catching up. And he told me, and this has stuck with me ever since. He said, Sean, he's like, you guys, Trade Ideas has rolled out so many cool new features over the years. And this was back in 2017. So at that time, the AI was pretty new and pretty fresh. So we were mostly talking about the AI. But he was like, you guys have rolled out all these cool new features and they're all great. And I use them from time to time. But if you take away my alert windows, Trade Ideas is useless to me. He's like, he went on to tell me he's got one alert window that he created and he's perfected it over the years. Like I said, he's been with us for over 10 years. But he has this one alert window that is his entire bread and butter. It's the one thing that he relies on to make money day in, day out, every trading day. And he said to me, he said, Sean, if that thing went away, if that alert window went away, if you took away that feature, Trade Ideas would be completely useless to me. All those other features are great and they're cool and congratulations on all that stuff. But, I found my one thing and I'm good. That's what he said. So I'm relating this story to you guys because there's so many bells and whistles on this software. And it's true for all software platforms, right? I mean, your brokerage platform probably has a bunch of features, a bunch of things that you probably, more than half of them you don't even use. Trade Ideas is the same way. Just because we have a feature doesn't mean you need to use it, okay? What you need to do, if you're new here, you need to be spending time trying out all the different features, but eventually you're going to find the one or two or three things that really make a difference for you on a typical trading day. And once you got those, just make those two or three things the best they can be, and you're good, okay? You don't need everything else. You don't need the AI. You don't need charts. You don't need the stock races. You don't need, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's all. Those are all nice to haves. But once you find the thing that you've got that works for you, make it your own and make it the best you can. That's my advice. That was the advice that a customer gave me years ago, and I'm passing it along to you. And that's good advice anywhere, not just with Trade Ideas software. Yeah, whippy markets, volatile markets can make it challenging to be trying new things. I don't know. I look at it the other way. I like it when markets get volatile because if I'm, and some of you guys know this already, but I'm primarily an options trader, and I'm always brainstorming different option strategies. I do a lot of delta neutral trading in the S&P 500 options, and I'm always playing around with strategies and always tweaking things. And I actually like it when things get volatile because volatility exposes the flaws in my strategies. And the sooner volatility comes, and the sooner I could be made aware of the flaw in my strategy, the sooner I can fix it. So I generally welcome volatility. And if you're an active trader, you want volatility because stocks moving, prices moving, that's where you make money. You want it. If the market just went sideways all the time, day trading stocks or swing trading stocks is tricky business. Okay, so I got about 17 minutes left to hang out with you guys. If there's any other voices out there that'd like to ask some questions, we have 53 people here logged into the YouTube room right now. If there's There's got to be somebody else who we haven't heard from yet who might have a question that they're burning to ask. And trust me, most of the people on this call are probably newbies, probably still figuring out the software. So there's no question that's too simple. Don't be shy about asking what might sound like a dumb question to you. If it's a question for you, I promise there's someone else who will benefit from that answer as well. So let's help everybody out. All right, JP, great. We got a new voice here. Hi, Sean. I'm trying to make more sense of GBI and RBI. I've watched the intro videos, but I'm wondering if you have any tips for it. Also, can you alter it so only your personal watch lists are in the scan? So I'll answer that second part first. The premium RBI, GBI windows, these things right here, these are not customizable with your own lists, okay? Let me make sure I'm not talking out of school here. Customize. Yeah, you cannot add your own list to these, okay? You have very limited customization that you can do. Basically, you could filter out stocks that are maybe too expensive. Maybe you don't want to trade the Amazons of the world, right? So you could put 1,000 shares or $1,000 max. You could, require a certain minimum volume, right? Let's say 500,000 shares. You could put those types of things in, but you can't have it only look at certain stocks. Now, to go back to your first question, I'm trying to make more sense of GBI and RBI as I've watched the intro videos, but I'm wondering if you have any tips for it. Well, JP, what I can tell you about the RBI, GBI windows, and this will be instructive for those of you who've never seen it. First of all, what does RBI stand for? Okay. RBI stands for red bar ignored. The 5 just stands for 5-minute candles. So can I do history here? No, I can't do history. I forget. So we'll just leave this window open. We'll launch a green bar ignored as well. So we have 2 things to look at. Okay. So here on my screen, there's nothing showing right now because these are real-time alert windows. And once we get an alert, something will pop in here. But we'll talk about the RBI first. It's red bar ignored. So what these windows are attempting to do is these are attempting to find stocks that are in strong trends that have temporarily paused. And then you're getting the alert when the trend is resuming. So what needs to happen to get an alert, and hopefully one of these will pop in and then we can have a visual to show you. But basically there we go, green bar ignored. So this is a bearish signal. So let's open up this 5-minute chart here a little bit so we could zoom in. And why can't I zoom in? What? Am I hitting the wrong button? Nope. Not hitting the wrong button. Okay, well, let's just work with what we got. So, we got a bunch of RBIs firing now. Let's see if we have a better, I'm looking for a cleaner chart to give a better example here. Okay, here's a good example. Can I please zoom in? Why won't this let me zoom in? Oh, there we go. Okay, now I'm zooming in. So check this out. This is a bearish alert. What a green bar ignored bearish alert is looking for is it's looking for a minimum of 4 red candles in a row. In this case, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red candles in a row. That's indicative of a strong bearish trend, right? But then what happened is once this green candle happened, this is when the alert window starts taking action. You're going to get alerted if on the very next candle, the stock trades below the low of that candle, which it did. And when it did right here is when you got the alert. So basically what it's doing is on a 5-minute time frame, it had at least 4 red candles in a row and then it paused. The pause is the key, right? You're trying to catch the next leg of a big move, okay? And so that's what the red bar or the green bar ignored. It's ignoring the green bar, right? So I hope that made sense, JP. We're just trying to catch those trends that have slightly paused, maybe rebuilt up some strength, maybe works through some consolidation, and then you're trying to catch the next leg. Hope that makes sense. Tony, please can you share your options scanner link? Trying to find good stock options. So let me see. Are you talking about? Let's go here real quick. My cloud options. Type in it. Are you talking about this moving higher with unusually strong options volume? Is that the alert window you're looking for, Tony? If so, I'm highlighting it. I'm going to load it. I'm going to save and share to my cloud. Copy all. Here it comes, Tony. Incoming. There, it's now in the chat window. That's the cloud link. Let me know if you need any help with that, Tony. I'm assuming that's the one you were looking for. That's the one we were talking about earlier. So look, the GBI alert window is firing pretty rapidly now. We got a bunch of stocks. So here's another example, right? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles in a row, red. Then we had a green one. So it paused, and then boom, it started making a new low, and that's when you got the alert. That's when the alert fired. Now, sometimes you'll get candles. Here's a good example. Sometimes you'll get candles which are just sideways. They open and close with the same price. For purposes of this alert, that counts, right? So that counts as a pause, right? Stock hasn't done anything, hasn't made a new low. So it just kind of sits there. Then you get alerted in this candle as soon as it prints below that. Okay, Tony, glad to help. I guess it makes sense that we're starting to see a lot of alerts come through on the green bar ignored scan, because if you quick glance at my S&P chart up here, you can see these are 15-minute candles, but the S&P looks like it wants to test the day's low, heading back towards the lows. All right. As my friend Matthew McConaughey would say, all right. Sorry, my screen went black there for a sec. So JP, I don't trade it myself. I don't trade the RBI, GBI, but mostly because it's geared for intraday traders, and I don't consider myself an intraday trader. I'm more of a swing trader. I'm looking for stocks that positions I could get into and hold for several days or several weeks. So I don't use it personally, but I know a lot of people that do, and they like it. I know some of the guys here within the company use it and like it. But yeah, it's not on my time frame, right? I'm looking for swing trades, so I can't give you any personal experience of how well it works, but I hear good things. Yeah, Tony, if you're US based, which most of you are, and you have an account that's under 25K, then you're kind of limited when it comes to day trading. Our regulators in their infinite wisdom have decided that because you have less than $25,000 in your account, that somehow keeping you from day trading is going to protect you and make you safer. I think you know where we stand on that. We think that's ridiculous, but yeah, that's the case. So you're going to definitely want to be looking for swing trading, which, by the way, speaking of swing trading, we haven't even talked about it. Let's bring up the TI strength, because today's Monday. We love to talk about TI strength on Monday. So I've got a custom TI strength channel here, but the rest of you, this is my own personal channel, right? But the rest of you, you can find the TI strength channel or strength alerts channel right here in your channel bar. See this? If you click on that, it's gonna actually, let me just pull it up. This is what it'll look like for you. It'll also have the newsletter, which you can kind of move it to the side. You can read it if you want, but this is the newsletter that goes out to people that subscribe to this newsletter. But if you're a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you get access to strength alerts completely for free. It's right here in your channel bar. But there are people who just subscribe to the strength alerts newsletter for $17 a month. And they get the email sent to them. And so what is TI strength? Speaking of swing trading, this is a great time to talk about it. This is a service where every weekend, in advance of the market open on Monday, we serve up 5 new names. So you got right here, this top list. These are the stocks, 5 symbols that, based on the back tests that we have done, based on the algorithms that we use, in this case, these 5 stocks are exhibiting the characteristics of past swing trade winners, stocks that have gone on to be great swing trades. If any of you are familiar with the Investor's Business Daily and their IBD 50 list, it's the same concept, just on a shorter time frame, right? We've done the back tests, we've done the work, we know what the stocks that were great swing trades, we know what they looked like before they went on to be a great swing trade, right? So these stocks right now are the stocks at the top of the list that are exhibiting similar characteristics to those past winners. And so as a swing trader, you might want to pay a lot of attention to this. I'll tell you, in fact, I should have had this link ready for you guys. Do I even have, there it is. Let me find it. Let me load this up because some of you may have not seen this yet, but I like to show this to people. Let me load the link. So this is the page that just kind of describes the TI Strength Alerts. If I scroll down here, check out this performance. This is the performance of the TI Strength Alerts over the last 4 years. The white line is how the S&P 500 has performed over the last 4-ish years, and you're doing pretty well. You're up I don't know, what's that, 70%? Pretty good, right? But look at the TI Strength Alerts, absolutely crushing the S&P 500 over that same time frame. Now, the one thing I want to tell you is, people always ask, well, how do you do that? How did you achieve those results? So here's how, in our back test, that we achieve these results. Now, we're not telling you that you have to trade this way, okay? You might have your own ways that you're comfortable managing risk and sizing positions, and that's great. You do you. These stocks are just setting up according to our algorithm to potentially be a great swing trade. How you manage it is up to you, but I'll tell you how we did it, how we achieved these results. This fantastic result was really incredibly simple. So the list comes out every Monday or over the weekend, and every Monday morning at the open, we rotate into the new names, getting out of the old names. So let's say you're starting from scratch. We do it in a equally balanced way. So let's say you're starting from scratch. You got $5,000 in your account. That's all you got. That's fine. Okay. Well, if it's day one and you have no positions on, you got $5,000 of cash, on Monday morning at the open, we put a market order to enter each one of these stocks, $1,000 worth of each stock. So it's an equal amount, right? Remember, I have $5,000 in my account. So I'm going to invest $1,000 per name at the opening print on Monday morning. So however many shares $1,000 buys in X, that's how many shares I'm going to buy. However many shares $1,000 will buy of LXP, I'll buy that at the open, okay? And so the way the backtest ran is we bought all 5 stocks equally weighted. We invested the same amount or approximately the same amount in all 5 stocks on Monday morning. And for the rest of the week, we did absolutely nothing. We sat on our hands. We didn't take profits. We didn't hit a stop loss. We didn't have a stop loss. We just held these names come hell or high water. No matter what the market was doing, we held these names, okay? And then the next Monday, there'll be a fresh new list of names. All we simply do the following Monday, so literally 7 days later after we first entered those first 5 names, the next Monday, we have a market order to sell, to close out all 5 of those positions at the opening print on Monday. And then as soon as those have executed, we immediately redeploy the cash, however much cash is left. Hopefully it's a little bit more, right? Let's say we started with 5,000. Now maybe we've got $5,020 after we get out of those first 5 positions. We take that $5,020, divide it 5 ways, and reinvest in the new names. That's it, guys. Every Monday morning, we just closed the old positions, added the new ones, and just held. That's how we achieved these results. Again, I'm not saying that this is how you need to do it. You can do it your own way. These alerts stand on their own as stocks that have the characteristics of past winners. Me personally, I would feel much more comfortable having stop losses working, right? That's how I trade. You might not. But that's what the TI Strength Alerts is. And for those of you who are looking for swing trades, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. It's a great place to start. Now, if you really want to go next level, which is what I've done on my custom TI Strength channel, which I will launch here. I've got a Market Explorer window open here, which is showing me the TI Strength alerts that are coming through at the top of that algorithm every single day. Like in here, we just serve you up the 5 names at the top of the list over the weekend. But this list is constantly changing. All right. And there's more than 5 names, right? You could, like, if here's 228, you see the dates here. If you look at 228 right now, I mean, goodness, there's 30 names here or so that have triggered today that would be satisfying. I mean, wow, there's even more than 30 names. There's a lot of names here that are triggering the algorithm as, hey, these stocks are setting up the way past winners have done. So to find this Market Explorer TI Strength, if you want to have that open to just have more swing trade ideas, go to your TI menu bar, go to New, and launch Market Explorer. Now this is going to be a little tricky. It's not very intuitive, but open up Market Explorer, and then when you're in this blue box here, just right-click, choose Server Window, and then these are all the different strategies that we have available in Market Explorer. Just find TI Strength, boom, and that's what I have open over here. So if you want to have that open, that's how you find it, okay? So just go to New, Market Explorer, and then in this box, just right-click and choose Server Window, and then here are the different strategies. There's TI Strength. There's other ones if you want to use other ones, but feel free to play around with that. All right, guys. Well, we are at the top of the hour. I am out of time. I'm going to pass you back to Barry. Parimal, I apologize if I'm butchering your name. Parimal Das, you received an email for Stock of the Week. Is it based on strength alerts? No. The trade of the week, the free email that we send out for people called the
Shoot, I'm just noticing, now this HR is sort of an interesting one. I know that it did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. They had some news this morning. I guess Healthcare Realty and Healthcare Trust of America. So Healthcare Realty Trust, these guys are buying Healthcare Trust in a $7.75 billion deal. So that was I did see this morning. And this is showing up, on the 10-day daily breakdown. I just didn't think it'd be that dynamic. Dave, it depends because that was supposed to have changed. So let me just do a wait. You may have an old link, okay? We made the change on Friday because I know I had accidentally deleted some links, but let me do a check. Let me do a check again. So for instance, you say they halts because I know that was a problem, but basic new highs, I'm going to click on it. No, it should be okay. It says basic new highs, no repeat. Okay. If you have an old link, if you didn't try it now, okay? Because if you save my old link, you're right. But I think I have to have a gentleman who has to do it for me, and I think he made all the necessary changes. All right, the first one. Shoot. Just a minute. Hmm. Boy, that did not happen on Friday. Okay, I'm gonna have to get him to make another change then. Shoot, I wonder how that happened because I didn't do any changes over the weekend. All right. And I went through them one by one. Is that the same? So that got down. I don't know what's happened then. I honestly don't know because I went through all these and it was all the right number. Oh well, okay. I'll have to make a change. Market. So that's okay. I'm just doing it for my own. I know you've indicated some of the ones. Okay. So certainly there's no question that the first one, the link is gone. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay. I'm going to have to get him to do it later on. I just can't do it. I have to rely on somebody. Aha, so that's not right either. Gosh, how did that happen? So that was the, what was, what one was that? Basic new highs don't repeat, okay? I know you've probably already indicated, I just have to do it, make sure on my end what I'm seeing. That's okay, compare count, yeah. All right, I'll have to get that fixed. I didn't change anything over the weekend, so I don't know why those links got jumbled around and some got deleted. Okay. Yeah, but it bugs me. I mean, okay, so I'm going to change that one and that one. So it looks like just three of them. Okay, thank you. Well, it held. That little area held, didn't it? So far, anyway, that little area held. I had this alert set right down here, the bottom here, and it held so far. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching this FTAI. I don't know why it caught my attention. I think it was one of these ones breaking down on volume. FTAI. But it's sort of moving with the market. So this was moving down with the market, but now it's kind of moving with the market. I'm going to watch to see how well it holds underneath 24. See if the market has any sort of a downturn again. Meanwhile, Foot Locker doesn't care. Foot Locker is trading on its own, guys. This has been basically straight up from the beginning of the day. The heck with those 3 downgrades this morning. Not by me, but by different analysts downgrading it after the fact, of course. But Foot Locker is just having, and look, I mean, it's almost 31.18. My goodness, it's almost at the high of Friday. And I had an alert set here. I mean, this is having a tremendous resurgence. Okay, uranium, CCJ. This has been a little bit choppy, but it's another new high now. My guess is that 1, 2, 3, 4 U's is up too. Yeah, same as CCJ. So the uranium plays are still pretty strong. Yeah, they didn't. They were halted before the market opened. Yandex, yeah, they were all halted. All these Russian stocks were all halted. I know this is the Netherlands in theory, but we all know this is the Google of Russia, and they're all halted. Yep, they haven't opened all day. And well, the Moscow exchange is closed, so. Well, Foot Locker, my goodness, Foot Locker now is just at the high of Friday. Amazing recovery. All right, FTAI is making a little move down, guys. FTAI, a little bit of a move down. Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. I don't trade Tesla, but oh wow, so it is way above. Yeah, those lows way down here at 700. So it's had a nice resurgence and lots of resistance. It looks like around 930. Well, Foot Locker, you really want to keep running. I mean, now look at the potential void fill. I mean, you got $10 here. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course. I mean, for all the reasons why you got hammered on Friday, they're still in existence, but for whatever reason, it's having a great resurgence. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, guys, FTAI looks like it is on the move. This got halted. Wait a minute. Well, interesting. The bid ask is not showing up in my IB for some reason. Not in the order entry box. There, no. There it is. Okay. I'd definitely be watching some of these topping plays from Zach now, guys. You get some later on. You know, I don't trust this market is going to just do, well, it's not obviously going to do what it did on Thursday. So I'd be watching some of these topping plays. So let's take a look at what happened in some of them. I mean, the LXU, I mean, this is just as I was taking my break, 1745. You can see there's the arrow. That's the candle in which the alert happened. 1745, it got up to 1762, and then look at this. Look at this move down. Chewy, 4561. There's the candle, which had happened, and it kind of stalled there. It took another little 20 cents before it finally really dropped. So I'd be FUV. It probably didn't move that much. Yeah, I mean, 603, 588. Yeah, well, I mean, in theory, any topping play is looking at a potential short. And you'd like to see the market on your side. So look what happened when the market started doing this, and we started seeing some of those topping plays, and some of them kind of followed the market. Well, here's the BNO, the Brent Oil Fund, BNO on the move. So obviously, I'm going to take a look at XLE. I'm sure XLE is not actually okay. It had to run, and then the pullback, like here. Yeah, it's being worked on. Michael Noss, who does this, he says it's just a matter of somehow getting it added. I don't know though. Remember though, it'll be added like this, so I'm not sure. It won't be. You won't be able to add it into an individual scan, so I don't want to disappoint you. Okay, but it'll be added in here. This new. Where are you? The Market Explorer. It'll be one of those that'll be added in here. So you won't be able to add it into an existing alert. So I just don't know how well it'll work. He's got some filters that he's going to put in there. It's just a matter of, it's just time, okay? It's a start. Well, JP, anytime you're going to play a bounce or you're going to play a top, it's always nice to have the market a little bit in your direction, or at least not moving against you. Okay? So, I mean, if you were going to play a bounce in a stock and, the market is doing, moving down, 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 down. I'm not saying nothing will ever bounce, but your bounce is probably going to be fairly short-lived. The same thing. I have more faith in tops, not worrying as much about market direction because a lot of times the tops are somewhat parabolic. And so, you just sort of look at that and go, okay, enough is enough. But it would still help. A topping play will still help or still be helped if the market moves in the direction you want it to. That's why you always have to, that's why I always have this SPY chart up just to see. But there is no absolute in anything. But that's what they're setting up to be in theory, okay? You get the topping plays and the bounce plays. That's what the theory is. So you can see the FUV, the alert happened at 6:03, starting to move down. And the next thing I'd always be looking at is, okay, great. If I got into this one, where might there be some support? So, I mean, you look at this 5-minute chart, there could be some support around 580. Now, if I can take that out, then you're looking way down here around 550. So and there goes FTAI. Yeah, and exactly. In theory, there are no absolutes in any scan you ever create. Obviously, there's no 100% that is always going to work. And even if those of you who do backtest, I'm sure you're aware, you might backtest something and it looks like it's 80% successful. When you backtest over the last 90 days or however. But today is a different day. Every day does not absolutely mean that's what's going to happen going forward. All right, guys, this looks like a no-go now on that bounce. If that red candle on the SPY takes out the low here, I would be really, really watching any long plays. Like when I say watching, I mean if you're in any long play, I'd be very wary. I'd also be very wary trying to play a bounce. If that candle takes out, well, let me get the big SPY. Let me get that big SPY chart up. Show you what I'm looking at here. So right there, you can see if there's that sort of line in the sand a little bit. That blue line, I put a price alert there. If this continues down and wipes this little 30 minutes of up, wipes it out, well, look out because the market is not going to be happy. CVX, is that Chevron? Yeah, that's Chevron. So Chevron is buying Regi, R-E-G-I. Interesting action, Now, originally, look at this. The initial reaction was, we don't like that. Now, that's typically the reaction, when the acquiring company usually has a bit of a downtrend of the day of anyway. And then, later on, if shareholders think, well, it's a good idea. But this may be helped, of course, by the price of oil anyway, obviously. But they are buying Regi, R-E-G-I. And you just see the flat line right across here. Boy, this Foot Locker is still hanging tough up here. It is not being affected by the market at all. It went up and it keeps going up, and you know, really it's not affected by what the overall market was doing at all. This is a classic alpha stock trading basically on its own, not caring what the market's doing. Look at this, guys. Look at that ominous red candle. What time is it? 1:23. Woo. This still has it's a little over 6 minutes before that candle closes. You know, that takes this out right here, this 432 area. I say, look out below. Okay, guys, just watching this this candle. Still has another 5 minutes before it closes. Tough day, guys, in terms of the choppiness. I mean, there's Foot Locker. Wow. I mean, except for Foot Locker, just wants to keep moving higher, moving higher. And MULN had a nice big pullback, and now it is trying to take out the high. So you see why? You see, I would not see this because unless it, I'm just looking at it in the race. I would not see it unless it took out the high right there. When I say see it, I mean I wouldn't get another alert for it unless it took out the day's high. But I can see it here because it's starting to move, and that's what's reflected in this race here. Pull back. There you go, Susan. Pull back. Same thing with the MULN. I would not see it unless it took out the new high. But I can't remember. I'm pretty sure. Well, there it is right there. But we might have seen it right there too. So the idea is that you will see the ones that won the most races. I know they're working on this. I'm not sure this is correct yet. It's possible. Let me just scroll down a little bit. You'll see right at the top, so you'll see that MULN today has won 46 races, as an example. That could be pretty significant. And NRSN has won 17. Not, it's not doing anything, but I mean, it's just giving you some instant feedback. For this VTRS, I have a half a mind if this takes out 11 in any significant fashion. I may hop back into the short. All right. Well, so far this level is holding on the SPY. So far, you still have another minute and a half before this closes. Well, again, the only glimmer of hope right now is that bottoming tail. Okay? That bottoming tail on the SPY. Remember, the sellers had it down here almost to that level, and the buyers are trying to close it up here. Of course, the next candle will tell a lot also. What time is it now? 1:29. So this candle it just closed, okay? So let's see what the next SPY candle is. So it starts off red. Again, all I'm trying to point out here is that if you're long something right now, you got to be very aware what the market is doing. You know, unless it's like a Foot Locker, which doesn't seem to care. Okay, Foot Locker doesn't care what the market's doing right now. Well, many people, Susan, I don't know who will answer, but many people. All right, BLDP, what are you doing? Yeah, so the EV plays have been interesting today. You know, there's Ballard, just kind of hanging tough all the way up here. Just again, I'm just really watching this market. What we don't want to, well, if you're long, you don't want to see a giant red candle take all this out. If you're short, you do want that. Well, guys, MULN. MULN, there we go, MULN. Just took out a new high, made a new high today, and there goes Foot Locker. Foot Locker, FL. I mean, that'd be wild if it if it keeps trying to fill this void today and tomorrow and for the balance of the week. Whew. There goes MLUN. I mean, now it's not only is it winning a race, but it's also at the high of the day. And what did I say a long time ago? 225, 201. I'm just looking at the high. 172 looks like the next high looking left. 172. All right, so we now have several bottoming tails now on the 15-minute chart. But MULN doesn't give a rip what this market is doing. It is trading on its own. Who asked before about why is the momentum? Well, the last time I looked, it was about 88%. Now it's 136%. Incredible volume, 358 million, with 22 million in the float. Well, guys, there goes. Oh man, VTRS made another new low for the day. Now, how much? I mean, 24% on 1.2 billion. Well, no question. MULN was the star if you had, the resolve to hang with it, or, you could have taken some profit here if you got in around this little over $1, and then when it pulled back here, definitely take some profit because you never know how far it's going to go down, and then hang on. And I'll look at it now, 168. I think I said 172. 172 is the next high looking left. Be interested to see if this has any sort of follow through tomorrow. So Scott, I'm not a bull flag player. I know that one of the other traders probably have something with a bull flag, and as far as high volume is concerned, that's depends what you consider as high volume and relative volume. But why don't you ask that question? Okay, I don't have any bull flags, but I think Andy might have something that he developed. Okay, so just ask that question. I don't have anything like that. So instead of my trying to figure out how I would do it, I'm pretty sure one of the other traders has some kind of a bull flag pattern. And then it'll be up to you to add in the relative volume and whatever minimum volume you want. Okay? I'm just watching this FTAI, watching the market. Well, the energy stocks, let's see what XLE is doing. I mean, Oxy is kind of trading on its own today, but energy, a little bit of a dip, and certainly not, doesn't look like it wants to move higher as we speak, but Oxy is definitely trading on its own today. Yeah, well, all those Russian stocks were halted before the market opened. Probably maybe an hour or even I don't know exactly when they got halted, but they were all halted and no trading allowed in them. Yeah, at some point it got halted though. Yeah, I mean I just don't know when it got halted. Yandex and QIWI and HHR. Yeah, I mean, look, this is such a big area for to try to hold. You know, if you're intraday trading, I mean, in the overall scheme of things, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, if you're intraday trading, that 432 mark. Yeah, so it's above that 172. So your next level is around 2. I think there's something at 225, 201. So your next level is 2 that you might that you have to keep an eye on. But I mean, this is definitely, it's not carrying all these little levels. Well, if you've got Zach Scan, you know that EVBG showed up at 38.26. It popped a little bit, but now it's starting to fall. If I were short this one, I'd be looking at this level right here, 37. Looks like around 37.50 or so. Looks like there could be some support here. So I don't know how. You know, obviously, if the market just moves down, then it doesn't matter. But if I were short this one right now, I'd be very aware of that 37.50 level for EVBG. And that's probably about the same. Now on the 15, we got a lot more room, but just look at that 2-minute chart. Again, there could be some support right around there. Well, meanwhile, MULN keeps making new high after new high after new high, and the volume. Look at the volume. I mean, I haven't really talked about volume today, but I mean, look at the volume increase over the previous 3 15-minute candles. Look at that volume increase. So I can say that my option scanner picked this one up at 114. Right there, there's the arrow, which the alert happened. I mean, this is almost, what time is it? 142. So this is going to be the second biggest volume bar of the day on a 15-minute chart. So there's still lots of enthusiasm for this one. You know, obviously, usually the first candle, the first 15-minute candle, usually for most stocks is going to be the biggest one of the day. But you can see right there, this is definitely the second biggest one. I really thought that when it took out $1 on the downside, I thought that might have been it. But obviously I was wrong. Yeah, you can use the racing for those pullbacks. I mean, it's still, look at this. I mean, it's still, now this is at a high. This is not a pullback, but, this is just telling you that, look, 53 times it won the race. Pay attention to it. The first alert, in one of my scans, the very first alert for MULN for a scan that I had is right here at 114, 1042 the time, and 114 was the price. That was from the unusual option volume scan, which I'm sharing, and I think, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that is one of the ones that is not working. When I say not working, it has to be replaced from my home page. I don't know what happened. Now, I don't think, I wonder if this one is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but it is shortable. Yeah, lots of shorts available too. So I'm assuming that most brokers, at some point, I just have the feeling that is not going to get through too easily. Now, I'm just looking at Interactive Brokers. There are 2 million shares available. So this is probably readily shortable at many, many brokerages, which puts some downward pressure. No, I know, Vicky. This has been pointed out to me earlier, and I can't make the changes right now, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to wait for the market to close, and I have to get somebody at Trade Ideas to do those changes. I have no idea, because I swear I looked at every one of them last week, and they were all fine. Meanwhile, Ballard just took a little pop out of this consolidation, BLDP. But again, it just looks like there's too much resistance nearby. It's a big float, 227 million, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Because of MULN? Okay, excellent. Ricky, or Rich. Well, there goes, guys. I mean, again, I have my doubts it's going to take out 2. So this could I mean, watch out if you're long this one. I mean, got to hope that 150 holds. If TAI is inching its way downwards, And again, remember, if you're part of this test drive, today is the last day. Don't forget, and you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription, so don't bother our support people saying, "Hey, unsubscribe me." Once it's over, it's over. But remember, save everything you've done if you've done anything in terms of either creating your own scans or saving some of the ones that I've created or layouts that you've created. Save everything to the cloud. Because at some point in the future, if you ever do want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything will be there for you in the cloud. Okay, so you don't have to recreate everything. And when I say the future, I mean the future. It could be a month from now, a year from now, 5 years from now. Okay? Here we go. Well, I mean, it looked good. I mean, it had gapped down again a little bit. A bunch of downgrades still piling on top of the big earnings disaster on Friday. So, I mean, there was nothing that would have, especially with the market chopping around. It's not like the market has ripped higher and higher and higher all day long, tugging a lot of these other ones with it. It's not like that at all. This is truly trading on its own. Yeah, down 46%, but yeah, I just don't trade the pinks. All right, now with the SPY, the same thing. What I'm going to do is just going to bracket this now. I've got the one down here. Now there is an alert that I had set earlier that it took out. So I'm just going to bracket this and see what happens. Okay, just see what happens. See if it gets out of this kind of this channel that has been formed. And this is only, I mean, not that I'm not trading the SPY, but just to get a sense about, market direction, and so that if I wanted to go long anything, and this got taken out, I'd have a lot more confidence in going long something. And conversely, if this got taken out, I'd have a lot more confidence shorting something. PCT, let's take a look at PCT. Yeah, I didn't see this one really at all. It won't show up in most of my scans because the relative volume is kind of low, but very interesting. I mean, it's had a nice 3-day run from 5 to 7. VTRS now is in a bigger way taking out 11. In a bigger way taking out 11. Yeah, see, I'm wrong. I thought this MULN would show up right at the top here. I know that's something that they definitely want to be adding so that you don't have to, I don't have to scroll down to see which stocks were the most active in the racing. I should see it right at the top. Oh yeah, this is not the PCT. I'm just sort of commenting on why it wouldn't show up in one of my scans, but oh, it's getting interesting, guys. Look at this SPY. It takes a big green candle, maybe takes that out. Look out. You can't start a. The question was, how do I start a stock race from an alert window? You can't. Only from top list windows, Scott. Okay, only from top list windows. Now, if you had an alert window, that is loaded with some symbols, you could always copy the symbols, put it into a symbol list, and then add that to a top list window if you wanted. All right, so have you watched? I'm not trying to deflect this at all, but I really want, we've got a great user guide, and one of the things in the user guide, there are 2 videos. Let me just just got my home page. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then go to the education section, all right, and go to the user guide right at the top here, user guide, click on user guide, and now scroll down until you see stock race, TI stock race. When you click on that, this is all beautifully laid out, okay? Everything that you want to know about stock racing. There are 2 videos, there's text, okay? So please watch that, read this, and if you have questions afterwards, I'll be glad to answer, but I do want to force people to first read all this to get an idea about what it's all about, okay? It's like any other software program, okay? There is a bit of a learning curve, but I think our guide, especially if you're looking for specific things to do, is well organized and easy to find. Alex, yes. You only need our premium servers for 2 things, okay? Well, I shouldn't say only 2 things, but obviously if you want access to the AI, okay? And if you wanted to auto trade anything. So if you wanted to auto trade your own strategies, you can't do it. But otherwise, yeah, you just need our standard service. You can use Brokers Plus. You have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can connect and you can use our standard service. And of course, available also as a simulator, paper trader. You can just need our standard service. Okay. Well, you create your own symbol lists. Okay? It's empty because you have to create your own symbol lists. And if you want to know how to do that, again, it's not that I'm lazy, okay? But I really think, all this is covered. And, I could tell you all this, but, you might forget. And I'm just really trying to make sure that you understand that we've got it all. Where are you? Please don't tell me that it's not here. Watch list, okay. Yeah, I wish we would just replace symbol list with watch list. So watch list, okay. So take a look at this, and it's all here. It's all here. So I could talk about it, but you might forget, and you think, man, what did he say? I wish I don't have to go back and replay the video or whatever. But it's all here, okay. Now, if you still have a problem, or this is anybody, okay. If after reading, the things that are in the user guide and you still have an issue, of course I'll help. But I really think it's beneficial if you take a look first at the user guide for something very specific to what you're trying to do. Okay? Well, there are some predefined lists, but depends what you, I mean, you know, we do have some symbol lists, but you know, they may not be what you want. But we do have, if you right click on an alert window, okay, and then configure, and then click on symbol lists, and then click on add existing lists. Yeah, we have a lot of built-in ones. I mean, these are some of my personal ones, but you know, if you look at daily and you explode it, you can get some daily type candles, things like that. But you know, I mean, if it's something that you're interested in, yeah, we do have some built-in symbol lists. Most people though want to create their own. They maybe want to track their own stocks. So you can, yes, you can make, if you want to take a look at the existing symbol list that we have, you know, again, you just have to click on the add existing symbol list and you'll see the ones that we have created. Now, as far as $100, I mean, it depends on what country you're in. Okay, I mean, I don't know if that is correct for Interactive Brokers as an example. You just need $100. I have no idea. Okay. Every brokerage is different. Yeah, so I mean, you'd have to. I mean, I don't know. For instance, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade. I have no idea what their I'm in Canada, so I have no idea how much the minimum is that you need. You can go to their website, I guess. So Interactive Brokers website. I'm sure it'll tell you somewhere, or E-Trade, or any other broker. You know, they're all different. Is it easy to work with Trade Ideas Premium? I'm not sure I understand the question. Well, it works. It depends what you mean by work. Okay. If you're talking about brokerage plus, there are only two brokers that it works with, Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. But remember, we're a scanner first and foremost. This is just a feature, just an option. Even if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. But we link with other brokerage platforms. Linking meaning is just a time saver. So when I click on a symbol, it loads into your broker's platform, and then from within there you trade. Okay, that's all linking means. Well, it does work with TDA. There's a bit of a trick. Okay, starting running both programs as in administration mode. Okay, but I mean there are many people who use TDA, and it's just a little more cumbersome, but you can do it. If you want, you can go to our homepage and you can get a sort of instructions on how to do it. And I'll just put in my not my homepage, but the TI homepage. So if you click on it and then just start a discussion, you'll see a little, there we go, questions and answers. How do I link with TOS? They'll give you a script. Oh man, this one is keeps moving. Oh, this is the Russia. That's right. This is the Russia eat surprise. So they're allowing. Guess they can't block that. What's RUSL doing? Yeah. So RUSL and ERUS. What trades more? 3 million. RUSL. 7 million. So a couple of Russia ETFs, bulls. So this is why they're going down. Okay, guys, here we go. Look at the SPY. Look at this SPY. And, you can see right off the bat, I mean, Russia, there we go. So it broke down below, or it's touched it. So, if you're along anything, be careful. So now, keep an eye. What is EV? What do these guys do exactly? I'd be keeping an eye on this EVBG. See if it starts moving down with the market. FTAI inching its way down. Well, right now, this must be a buyout. It's got to be a buyout, double IN. Just looking up here, it's an earnings play, but yeah, a $240 million buyout by Alteris Capital. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Yep, look out below, guys. Look out below. We are in not uncharted territory, but that is a big, big red. What time is it right now? 2:09. So this still has about 6 minutes to close. 5.5 minutes to close. And this is just gaining steam here, or picking up steam. And here is the German index, okay? EWG is the Germany, I guess call it the country ETF. And this is starting to move down. EWG. And there's, yeah, well, take your pick. ERUS or RSX. This one looks worse because it's taking all this out. And it's an all-time low. RSX is, for whatever reason, is not. No, I guess it's an all-time low now too. Whoa, FTAI, yes. Oh boy, what a big red candle. What a big red candle. This is not Thursday at all. And the market is, again, it's really picking up steam on the way down. Oh, FTI. Yeah, you know what? This is really strong. This is really interesting. This EVBG. I don't know exactly. I mean, I can read what they do, but for whatever reason, this is not falling with the market. This is on Zach's topping tail scan, but I mean, it is not falling with the market yet anyway. I mean, look what the market's doing, and this is really strong still. EVBG. Boy, this is the biggest candle of the day, I think. Yeah, this is the biggest candle of the day right now for the SPY. Either on the upside or the downside. Oh yeah, I mean this is a difficult day to trade if you're intraday trading. There's no question. I mean, you got a lot of whippage here, up and down, up and down. We've had some, obviously some don't care. I mean, the VTRS doesn't care about any move up. Finally, Foot Locker could not withstand this market downturn. Finally. Not in it, but I mean, finally. And now Indo, of course, again, be careful, but Indo is on the move here. My guess is that energy. Let's take a look at XLE. What is XLE doing? It's interesting. It is not. And MULN doesn't really care. MULN doesn't really care. I still think that 2 level might really be tough. I'm just going to watch this one, see how many times it gets rejected up here. And maybe take a short on it, MULN. Yeah, this one I did not take the HR, but HR is, again, that was the only other one so far from the 10-day daily breakdown. 2643, right there, 2643. This is a buyout, merger, whatever you want to call it. And the market did not react well You can see the big gap down, but I just thought it would. I think obviously with the market, it's just starting to run down also. Yeah, I have no idea how anybody swing trades right now. Well, especially on the long side, but even on the short side, I have no idea. This you've got tremendously wide stops. And there's wheat, WEAT. Again, this was moving with Russia. Somebody said there was drought conditions also, but I think it's also, of course, more to do with what's happening over there. All right. Well, I'm assuming you're out of GME, Shady. I know you talked about GME earlier. I'm assuming you're out of it as an example. All right, Foot Locker. Maybe it's going to bounce off that 31. Got down to 31. No, I know, but you mentioned GME a lot earlier, saying right around here, okay, it triggered or something. I think you said that anyway. Right around 125. Not as a swing, I get it, but certainly as an intraday play, I don't know what you'd be doing with it now. Okay, guys. Oh, that Eric. Tell you, Foot Locker bouncing off that 31. Or, sorry, 32. Yeah, 31, sorry. Foot Locker bouncing off the 31. It truly is trading on its own. I mean, yes, it had a little downturn here, but I mean, certainly not anything like what the market was doing. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just internal discussion. Yeah, MULN is back. You're absolutely right. $2. I mean, 201 is the next high, and then after that, 225. Couple of dailies that I think at that 225 level. 459 million. You would think that's a record, based on float turnover. Believe it or not even close. We had some that with the float was, I don't know, 1 or 2 million trading like this. Okay, and so the float turnover, even though it's incredible. It's not even close. Well, I don't even know what the record is, but I mean, since we've been doing this, we've had some that have traded the float 160 times, 170 times, which is crazy. But this is only about 20 times. Only. The key will be what happens tomorrow with it. There are a ton of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so I'm assuming there are lots of shorts available at different brokerage platforms. What will happen with this tomorrow? Will this be the big sell off? Zach should be here tomorrow. William, I don't know where William is today. I think I sort of remember he said he was. Zach is going. The test drive is over today, so I think that's why He came in briefly yesterday. I think on Friday or Thursday, and said he'd be back in the room on Tuesday. William, I don't know. I don't know if he's just taking today off. I really don't know. Boy, this is still strong. This EVBG, not budging. Keep thinking it's going to eventually start to fall here, but this is super strong. William also, Vicky, back on Tuesday. No, I know. I know Zach popped in and said he'd be back on Tuesday, but William, I don't know. I don't know. Wow. MULN again. I hear it. Why I know because this is text to voice right here. So I hear her saying MULN. It could be interesting after hours. I mean, if this remains like super strong like this, I mean, this little 2 level I'm talking about may be absolutely zip And you start looking at this level way up here around 4. So this could be really interesting after hours. There has not been a big sell-off yet. I mean, you could argue 157 down to 140, not huge. So there has not been a big sell-off of MULN yet today. Now here's another one, guys. NRSN. It's a lot more choppy. Obviously, there were some sell-offs, but this is another AI alert earlier. Let's see, it did hit, 231 in the pre-market. Clear the VWAP. Okay, you're right, Vicky. 201 is the VWAP. Maybe. I didn't see any specific news for this one. All right, guys. Now that might be it for a while anyway for the MULN. Okay, there's a nice big topping tail. I mean, I keep thinking 2 has to reject it for a while anyway. Yeah, I got a bottoming tail. You're right. There is a bottoming tail. So maybe, I mean, the sellers are trying to knock this one down, but the buyers are still pretty resilient here. The other thing to keep an eye on, with this potential short of an MULN is to see if the volume starts drying up, which it really isn't yet. I mean, that's the whole thing. The volume is not drying up yet. I mean, look at the volume bars. I mean, if all of a sudden, the volume starts drying up, the enthusiasm wanes, then that is usually a sign that you can maybe step in and short something. But, right now, I mean, the volume is still pretty strong. Yeah, so most of the question I have in our YouTube room, some of the checklists that I have, most of the before I'll buy something or short it, get into a trade, most of, I talk about how you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade, and that's why you should have some kind of a checklist. Unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. And I also say, don't have 100 things that have to be checked, otherwise you'll never get into any trades. Most of the things that I'm looking for are already covered in my scans. Okay, so immediately I know what's the price range I want. Immediately I know there's the minimum volume that I need. Immediately I know that the relative volume is high enough. If I'm looking for stocks that are up from the close of the previous day, so a lot of those things are, because of my style of trading, are already covered in my scans. Okay. So my next step then, of course, is to then click on the alert and then see, okay, what is the pattern it's coming from? But more importantly for me, because most of the things I see are near the high or the low of the day, I look left to see where is the next high on, say, a daily chart if I'm wanting to go long. Okay, if I see the next high is very close, then I probably don't, well, not probably, I don't take the trade. If I can't see anything on the daily, then I look on the weekly, and if I can't see anything in the weekly, then I look at the monthly. So I'm looking for something that, you know, has a lot of, enough room for me in order to take the trade until it hits the next high looking left. So, you know, I'm sizing that up fairly quickly, and that makes up that'll make up my mind. Now, the other thing is, just because the stock makes a new high and I look left and it's got lots of room, doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. You know, if it's, you know, 15 straight 5-minute candles up and I'm seeing that, of course I'm not going to take the trade, you know, because then I'd be buying something that is pretty extended. So, for instance, this one, as an example, okay, a little bit of a base here. If this weren't so close to $2 and the volume was pouring in, you know, this would be a candidate if I look left, and let's say I look left on this one, and the next high I saw was, say, $3. I'd be looking at this going, okay. Even though, you know, it looks like, how can a stock that's 180%, how can it keep going higher? Well, we all know that can happen. So that's kind of my thought process. So most of the things are already covered. You know, for me, a price range, minimum volume, relative volume. Maybe if I need the stock to be up a certain amount. That's not so that's just the way I trade, though. Yeah, there is the 2-minute cross right there, Vicky. You're right, 38.23. So maybe now this is starting to finally fall. This EVBG. So the big thing is, that's why we have a simulator, practice trading. You know, your checklist could be very different from my checklist. When I say your, I'm not talking, just talking in general. You have to figure out the type of style you like to trade. You know, Susan, as an example, has been in the room and she loves to play pullbacks. I'm not a big pullback player. Doesn't mean that's wrong to play pullbacks. There's no right or wrong to anything. You know, it's whatever you get comfortable with. The one thing I would say, of course, though, I mean, if you're trying to trade intraday, day trading, you know, you want to make sure it's got enough volume and also relative volume, in my opinion, because you don't want to take something that it's not trading very much, or it doesn't have enough. You know, you don't want to get into something and then all of a sudden you want to get out and you look and there's no volume anymore. You think, I want to get out, but how do I get out? Who's going to buy it? Who's going to take it off my hands when there's no enthusiasm? All right, guys, the longer this MULN holds this area and doesn't move, you know, now look at the volume. So there was a big volume bar there in the 15. Let's just see if there's still enthusiasm. I mean, this is 2 minutes in, almost 3 minutes in, okay? And I'm just looking at that volume right now. So if it starts to really dry up, now I wouldn't expect to get more than, you know, if you took it right now, there could be quite a lot of support right around 170. So anyway, that's the beauty of the scanning, all right? You can create most of the things that you need to see can be already in your scan. So you don't have to, you know, start from scratch on your checklist. Most of the things can probably be already in your scan. watching this market, a little bit of a base here, but well, the reason I have it in the repeat mode is because I've got this the oink sound. So every time I hear it, I know to look over here. Okay, I mean it's that simple. I just want to know it over and over and over again. Don't get too many alert. Well, especially in the breakdown. We only had 2 alerts a day. But when I keep hearing the oink, 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 okay, sound, I know I want to really pay attention to this. That's the only reason. Okay. But this is what I'm talking about right here. Properties, actions, pig. Okay, so it just really draws my attention to it, so I won't forget about it. That's all. But if all you wanted was the don't repeat, but that's why I usually put them side by side. Keep an eye on the mountain, guys. MULN. This doesn't look. Let's take a look at the volume. What time is it? 2:36. So there's still a little less than 9 minutes for this candle to close. The buying is drying up a little bit. Drying up? Yeah, drying up a little bit here. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm always aware if I want to short something, I want to see a decrease in volume. I mean, just think about what it means. I mean, when there's all this buying, you've got lots and lots of volume, lots of enthusiasm. Eventually, every stock is not just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. So eventually, you get maybe a bit of a downturn. And that usually is when the enthusiasm dries up. And you can just kind of check the volume. And I always like to look at a 15, but you look at the 2 minute. I mean, look at the 2 minute, how it's drying up. 5 minute, drying up. Now, as we saw last week, with the RTX, and is one I did not take. I think it was this day here. I didn't take it. It had earnings, and I didn't take it because I didn't like the volume, and it kept moving. Not RTX, it was RXT. Sorry, RXT. And in my checklist, I needed volume, and I like a volume burst, and I didn't get it, and yet it just kept going and going and going and going. So I mean, is it an absolute that you need volume for something to keep going? No. But I've got certain things I just want to stick to, and nothing is 100%. So again, if you took that short for the MULN, you got to be aware of that 170 mark. Just look at a chart. Look at the 15 right there. About 170. Same on the 5. Same on the 2. Okay, so you know, that could be pretty decent support. Now, if it takes that out, all bets are off. Whew, 2:39 already. Okay, guys, so at 3 o'clock, I typically put myself on mute, and then the room will be open until 3:30. And then at 3:30, I'll shut the room down, and then you can always go over to YouTube. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. So, good time to ask questions. I'm probably done for the day in terms of trading and all. And remember, the test drive is over tonight, tonight, 11:59 and p.m. Eastern time. It's over, but the room is like this. This was not set up for the test drive. The room is like this every day. Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 8 and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we still have all the support. See, in our YouTube room, and of course between 12 and 1. So this is not anything special that we created just because we're in test drive. And we do the test drive about 3 or 4 times a year. I don't know when the next one will be. Boy, Foot Locker is super resilient here. I mean, I was saying, you know, watch this 31 level, and it held, and now it's at a new high. Not caring what the market's doing. So, just to again reiterate what I was saying, think about it's nagging at you. Maybe I was searching for the word, and so when you have it in repeat mode, okay, it's basically nagging at you. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Okay, and so that's why I do have it. Nice to hear, Lori, even on a Mac. You know, I mean, you know, the Mac is, hey, it's okay. I mean, if you know, the Mac is great if you're on a tablet or something, and of course, if you don't have a PC and you just do not want to use an emulator or AWS or something like that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the web-based version. It's just not quite as robust. Just yeah, it does work good. Absolutely. You know, it all depends on your needs. Well, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Lori, who took the test drive and was just using it on a Mac. There it goes, guys. Foot Locker just made a new high now. FL just made a new high after that pullback to 31, sorry. And got pulled back to the VWAP and basically bounced off it. Yeah, a little bit of a pop in the SPY. You're right, a little bit of a pop. Join the team. Right on. Nice, Lori. Again, guys, if you're short this MULN, just be aware of this right here around 170. If it takes that out, this could easily have a bigger drop. I mean, guys, let's look at this press release, okay? Shares are trading higher after the company announced progress. Okay, progress on the solid state polymer battery. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad news. I'm just saying it's not like they said, and we have an order for a million of whatever they're doing. You know, they announced progress. Okay, great, great. Does this constitute something that should be up at one point 180%? I don't know. Doesn't matter what we think. You know, the market tells us. Carg, let's take a look at Carg. I know you mentioned that one a while back, Vicky. CARG. 4805, yeah, a VWAP bounce. But we're definitely in a choppy, definitely choppy, guys. I mean, up, up, big down, a little bit of an up. Now what's going to happen here? So we're definitely in a typical trending style of a market. I mean, if you're looking for pure trends, other than the odd stock like a Foot Locker, which is really just, you know, on its own, only had that one pullback really all day. Even this one, I mean, yeah, it had a little bit of a downturn, but look at this, EVBG. Have to remember to replace those scans with the correct links. It should be working tomorrow. I'm a little worried though because I didn't do anything and I'm almost 100% sure I went through each one of the scans to make sure it was set up correctly, and I have no idea why they got changed. Yeah, Russian hackers. No, seriously, I mean, so I'm hoping that, because I know I went through that exercise of checking the scan, and I can just tell by the title. Now, this is, you know, obviously, I mean, I know I checked this, so I don't know. I don't know. And two others that were actually incorrect links. Anyway, I'll get it done again, and hopefully. William, you have been missed. Somebody was asking about you about half an hour ago. And I said, good riddance, William's not here. And of course, I never said that. Yeah, that's what I thought maybe, Vic, or William. Yes, Jaime, can share the link for the 20% discount. Well, actually, if you just click on my homepage, you'll see it. Okay, so just click on my homepage link. Okay, and here it is, right up here. Okay, and get trade ideas, and then pick whatever plan you want. Again, I recommend, unless you're 100% sure that you want an annual program, start off with a monthly. There's no problem with starting off with a monthly. Usually people take the annual because it's, yeah, but I want to get the biggest bang, the 20% off. The monthly is only 20% off the first month. You're absolutely right. But you can always upgrade later. Okay? Whereas with the annual, if you're a couple of months in and you don't like it anymore, well, you're stuck. You know, you're stuck. So I don't think there's any problem with taking out a monthly subscription. Okay, a monthly subscription, you'll get the 20% off that first month. And then you can always make up your mind later if you want to upgrade to an annual, and you'll get the 20%, okay? Yeah, there's no rush to take the annual. Make sure you want the program. All right, guys, so it is 2:51, and again, I'll be putting myself on mute at 3. Now, keep the room open till 3:30. And as always, we'll hop back in on the mic if it's warranted. Tomorrow. He said he'll be in tomorrow, William. So no, he did not make it in today, but he said last week he said he'd show up on Tuesday, I guess. Test drive is over, done with, for another 3 to 4 months. How was that Germany? EWG. Yeah, kind of can. Well, it's chopping around a little bit, but certainly the trend is down. EWG, the trend is down. Yeah, I mean, this is a choppy market now. I mean, it's be really interesting to see tomorrow if we get a little bit more of a direction in the market. Okay, guys. Now the MULN. I'd be watching this one in going into the last hour, and also once the market close. Well, the market never really closes, but 4 o'clock on to see if there's still some enthusiasm. Okay, it was a nice little short for a bit, but now and look at the area that held. I was talking about that 170. It appears that is going to hold it. And then if the enthusiasm comes back in with some volume and it pops through too, anything is possible. Yeah, it's a bit of a dog. This Alf didn't really do anything. Actually, I guess all the big move was Friday afternoon. Must have been some news, maybe, I don't know, some news Friday afternoon. That's that mauve area. All right, so are there any last minute questions? No, the trading room. The trading room is free. It is free. It's a marketing tool. Yeah, so that's why you have to put up with me every now and then, talking about subscriptions and things like that. But other than that, it's free. We've had people in the trading room for months before they take out a subscription. You've got to be comfortable. First of all, you got to know if you want to be a trader or trade at all. I don't mean you don't have to. A trader is 100% all about staring at a computer all day long. I mean, that's what we do in this room a lot, but there are a lot of swing traders also. And I don't know how they're doing right now, but you have to get comfortable. And so that's the whole idea of the room. It is certainly not just about myself telling you what to buy or sell. A lot of great traders in the room. And that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. There are a lot of ideas. Some ideas don't fit everybody's method of trading. Yeah, bring he or she in, Rich. Look at this topping tail now for MULN. That's a little ominous now. Little ominous. Could not take out the highs right there. This is a little more ominous. Fed tomorrow? I mean, I don't know for sure, but not usually on the first. Usually the Fed is, towards the, well, it just got halted, guys. It just got halted on the way down. This just got halted on the way down, and it's a volatility halt, so it's not a news halt. So hopefully you guys, anybody who was long, you took some profit, because this is a halt on the way down, which is not good, if you are long right now. This is just a volatility halt, so, but you can see how it picked up speed when it got through that 170, and okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:58. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, so the room will be open until 3:30. Boy, HR did not take that one. I guess I should have trusted my 10-day daily breakdown. A lot more. Only 2 in that scan all day long. Interesting that, even though the market is down, we had more 10-day daily breakouts to the long side than we had on the short side. Kind of interesting. And there's that little gold, not little, but the gold play, SBSW, almost an all-time high now. We saw that one in the pre-market. Really didn't give us much though when the market opened. Not a big range. All right, guys, it's 3 o'clock, so I will put myself on mute. Again, I'll pop in on the mic if I have to, but otherwise, I'll put myself on mute. And before I close the room down at 3:30, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30, and Chris will be there. Okay, he can answer more questions for you. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now.
the sound. Video looks good. Alright, audio is good too. Alright, everybody. Happy Monday. Trade Ideas Live Q&A. See, we just have someone, Diego, just joined. Hello, Diego. Do this as a live open forum Q&A Monday through Friday market days. You folks come with the trade ideas questions, and hopefully I have an answer for you. Yes, good afternoon, or evening, or morning, depending on where everybody is, I suppose. So, as I always say, I don't have any pre-done content. As per usual, I leave the questions up to you folks to drive the content, and we kind of go from there. So folks, go ahead and start firing those away for me, or, as I always say, if I'm getting the silent treatment here, I'll do my best to entertain everyone. Let's see here. So something on my radar. Michael was messaging about this, and I've been, anybody that knows me over the last several months, talking about the XOP, looking ready for it, and there it goes. So new breakout level on the XOP today. We'll see if that trend can continue, but long-term trend there. Hey Debbie, yes, no, I pretty much spent my entire weekend studying. A lot of stuff about volume indexes and oscillators and all kinds of stuff. I swear they make this stuff as much harder than it needs to be, but it's all part of the fun. So Diego, to get set up like what Barry has, I can show you his homepage, and you can start downloading his scans individually. So let me find a Barry. Where are you, Mr. Barry's homepage? Alright, so let me bring that over. Alright, so this is Barry's homepage. I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat for you. Alright. As long as you have a link to a scan, Diego, you can load anything. So essentially, whether it's whether it's something that you got from someone else, a friend, an uncle, a cousin, if you're part of another chat room or traders room that uses trade ideas and they're scanning, or they're using trade idea scanners, simply what you need to do is, you click on the link, and it'll give you a URL that you're going to load. So for this here, on Barry's page, if we scroll down, here's a list of Barry's scans, and you can pick any one of these scans that he has, and go ahead and click on that link. Alright, it's going to give you a URL up here. Oh, looks like Barry has not updated his page like he said he was going to. Let me message him. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, when I'm Debbie, when I'm studying and I might start to get, my brain starts to falter on me, I get up and I do a quick exercise or something to get me going. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to enter TI custom formulas. How to enter TI custom formulas? Yeah, that'd be something completely different than what we're doing here. All right, so it looks like some of his scans were updated. All right. So if you're loading an individual scan, Diego, let's start there first, all right? So just for example, if we were on Barry's homepage here, all right, or anybody's page and you're getting their scans, all right, you would get, this URL here, all right, from clicking on their link, and you copy that link, all right, and on your menu bar, you go File, load from cloud, and that URL should be there. In the event it's not, all you have to do is paste it in there. And if you click load, that's going to give you your scan, all right, that you're looking for. All right, and then to save those scans, you'd right click and go save or share to cloud, and that'll save those individual scans for you. If you're looking to do a custom formula, you have to have that formula, and that from there you would load it into the editor, and you have to be logged into your account management page. You know how to get the account management page up? Right, but custom formulas is different than loading a scan. There's custom formulas. All right, so do you have the formula installed into your account, Diego? There's no call for me here, Diego. This is my outlet to the TI world. Um, I mean, if the formula's installed and you want to build a scan with it, you'd come to new, and whether it's an alert window or topless, we'll do alert window for this exercise, but you go new alert window, and you come to search, and you're going to look for that custom formula, and you'll start, if that's the basis of your scan, you'll look for that formula, whatever it happens to be, and then add it, or that filter, and then add it. Right, so just come to the configure of the scan that you want it in, right? If it's a scan that already exists and you want to put it in a scan, you right click the scan and go to configure. That'll give you this configure window here. Then you come to search. You're going to look for that custom filter. You're going to click on whatever that custom filter is, add the filter, and then you're going to give it whatever values either you want to give it or you were instructed to give it. If you want to remove it from a scan, you simply head to the Windows specific filter, delete the value from the scan, and then press OK. That's it. You'd have to remove it from each individual scan. You can't, there's no remove it from all scans. So you have to go scan by scan. Again, each scan that you want it removed from, you right click, configure, you're going to go to the Windows specific filter, erase the value of that filter, whatever it happens to be, you'll press OK, and it'll save those changes for you. And then just make sure you save it. Maybe Debbie. I just run these two races like this nonstop, but it seems to be for me. I end up taking my trades kind of early in the day and just managing positions from there. So I don't have a whole lot more. When it comes to later in the day, I just haven't messed around as much. But I'd say these two particular races that I run, they seem to put some pretty good names up in the first couple of hours of the day, and then sometime around noon to 2ish, they're pretty much dead. Unless something for some reason has a big move, and it seems like a sustained move, and then they come back alive towards the end of the day again. That's just kind of the way it's gone for me. I haven't messed with other race times. Like I said, I run 3-minute races. I've been happy with the results to this point, and my trading is my trading becomes limited in time wise because of also doing support. So there's market points where I hardly look at the market at all during the day sometimes. But I suppose it would have some merit, maybe later in the day. I'd also say that, scans later in the day, you might want them, You might want them configured slightly different than the scans earlier in the day. Maybe something different with volume or change from open or close or something like that. I haven't really thought about the parameters, but I always think to myself, when you're scanning at the end of the day, it's usually you want something different than what you would be scanning for at the beginning of the day, obviously. That'd be kind of my thought on that. I'm sure there's a number of things you could do differently. I'm trying to think what. I have all these thoughts over the weekend, and then I get here Monday with all this ambition, and then next thing I know, I'm buried. Look at this Rita here. What an odd day from Rita. No, sorry, just caught my attention. But yeah, it goes also to everyone I've mentioned in the past. Having I did two different layouts for a while, intraday layouts. I had an earlier day layout. Both were for regular market hours, and they had like kind of an end of the day layout. It was just something I was experimenting with. I see the validity of it, but I didn't run it for a long time. And then Diego, I just want to circle back to make sure that what we did there kind of got you where you wanted to be, and you'll be able to work that out from there. If there's anything else we should touch on more or circle back on for you, I don't want to abandon you. I want to make sure you get to what you need. Okay, thank you. Writing notes, perfect. And any other questions? Make sure you fire those away for me here. And same thing, for anybody else. Please, folks, if anybody has questions, please ask those questions. My big saying is I can't answer the questions that are not asked. So taking a look at CRMD, this has been on scans all day long. Kind of made this move throughout the early part of the day. Can you install my layout and go over what each scanner does? You can't share the links here, unfortunately, Diego. If you can send individual scans to me. I don't want to load a whole layout because it'll get rid of my layout. Unfortunately, I can't load two layouts like that at once. But Diego, if you want to send, a few of the individual scans, right-click an individual scan, save and share to cloud, and then send that URL to info@trade-ideas.com. I can look there. But if you have custom formulas in the scan, there's not much I can do because that custom formula is unique to what you have going on over there. I won't be able to load that custom formula. So if a scan is based on that custom formula, I can discuss what the scan is doing minus the custom formula. But if the custom formula is, the big part of the scan, then that leaves me out in the dark, unfortunately. Because, for example, all custom formulas have a U and then a number code. So let me show you here. If we go to configure, window specific. So let's go to search. So if I scroll down here where I have some of my customs, my U9 would not be the same as your U9, or my U5 won't be the same as your U5, and all those things like that. It's unique to each person's account when they were installed in. Exactly. So like for example, if you had a scan that you were having issues with and you wanted us to troubleshoot it, we'd first need to get the custom, and it had a custom formula in it, surmising that. We would first need that custom formula from you. We'd have to put the custom formula into one of our accounts and then put the value that you're using with that. So then, like I said, let's just say, for example, the first custom formula you ever used is U0, all right? Your U0 is probably different than mine based on whatever I decided to put my custom formula on. And you can have up to 100 custom formulas. And they work for filters only, no alerts, just in case anybody's wondering those things. Well, it'll depend on what you're really trying to get out of this, Diego. But I mean, one of the best places I could send to anybody. So I think this here is really good. The user guide, and I'll bring over a copy of the user guide real quick to kind of show what I mean here, or go over it. So I think the more you become familiar with the platform, the better the user guide obviously is, because you need some kind of context with it. But if we're on the user guide and we scroll down, we can find sections on each individual item of the software. I mean, basically everything in here is covered. There's a lot of repeat and repetition. So, for example, when it comes to sharing to the cloud or saving to the cloud, you're going to find a section that looks exactly the same in the A, T, and M windows, and so on and so forth, because cloud sharing is universal throughout those items. But you have a whole section on the channel bar, you have a section on charts, A window for alert window, T window for top list, and so on and so forth. Yeah, the Bible TI, more or less. This stays up to date, so anything changes within the software, we add something, we change something that exists already, this gets updated within, I'll say, 24 hours of that change happening. Generally speaking, Stephanie, who takes care of this, she's usually ahead of the curve, because we know what's coming down the pipeline most of the time here, and so we get the heads up and she goes in and makes the change as it's kind of happening. So this should never really lag behind Trade Ideas software and technology. If you have specific items, we also have some individual videos. Some of those are kind of, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, going the way of the dodo, in the sense that, we've created a lot of videos over the years, but as the software updates, some of the videos, most of the main concept of videos apply, but there will be some items that have changed slightly in them. And I think moving forward, we're doing less of those videos now, because we have the user's guide that has a lot of links and slides and videos and all that's attached to that as well. Sorry, just want to move that away real quick. I gotta look at something here. But that's kind of the short and skinny of all those items there. So, if you're looking for something that has to do with Brokerage Plus, we've got it here. If you're looking at getting into back testing, it's here. Or compare count windows. I just happen to be looking at mine as I see we're getting some good compare counts to the bullish side, moving into the close again today. Compare count windows right here. All those things like that. Okay, so you've got that link. Perfect. And then, like I said, if you have something, is it better to use the guide than that? I think, things can work better as a combination. So if you have, like I said, if you have something specific you want, there might be a video on it as well for us to give you to check out. Boy, I was going to sell some P10 today. I took a position in it. And I don't know, this is a really bullish close right now. I'm not sure that I want to sell this or sell any of it. Not much resistance. Got to go way back for resistance, and even if we go back for resistance, quite a bit of room up that way. Well, we have our own room here, Diego, that we run, and I don't do rooms anyways. I do this live stream here to help individuals. And other than that, I live chained to a desk answering emails and chats and support. Yes, of course. So here's our room. There's some house rules about the room. Barry, who runs it, there's no pumping of anything in there. If you come in, Barry wants you to talk about, whoa, sorry, something just happened somewhere. Sorry, my P&L just shot through the roof. I don't know why. Oh, that's why. Okay, so Barry has some, my green red chart. Yeah, I'll go right over that in a second there, TRD. So, Barry, we talk about ideas in there. Um, you know, I like stock ABC because of these reasons, not just, people coming in, oh, diamond hand, stock ABC to the moon and things like that. The idea is to share stuff in real time. Nobody talks about how much money they make or share size they take or anything like that because they want everybody to feel comfortable in the room. You don't want someone with a $5,000 account feel bad with the person with the the $500,000 account, things like that. So it's a really good group of traders. It's where I learned to trade. I literally knew zero about trading before I joined that room several moons ago. And then for you, TRD, so what I have here, these are compare count windows, and they're looking at new highs versus new lows, sectioned off by market cap and filtering out bad prints, essentially, market distance. So, that's the short and skinny of what's going on here. So we can see here the green line is new highs, the red line is new lows, and we can see right now that there's a lot of, on sub 2 billion stocks, we're going through the roof here on basically everything on new highs versus new lows. To take that step further, we can see here there's some new lows that are coming in here, but these new lows are declining here and declining here. And we can see that they're, spiking a little bit of a hook here now on them. And if we were to look at, any of the big indexes now, if we go through and we look at, the SPY, we can see the SPY's made a nice move here. And we can see that hook even live right here. And what I mean by hook is this here. You see how each one of those has that little down tick now? Because we had that big move, and now we've got that topping tail that's right there, or topping shadow, as I'm supposed to be calling it as a CMT candidate. And if we look at the Qs, we're going to find the same thing here. So I can see what's happening in most of the indexes without even looking at them. No Maserati. I wouldn't mind a new Subaru Outback. I do like my Outback. That would be it for me. I'm not a flashy person. But same thing. So we can see here that the IWM has made a move, same thing, and that would be reflected in your your sub 2 billions essentially, because market cap has to be under 2 billion to be in the IWM. This is kind of looking at mid cap stuff, and this is looking at large caps. Relatively speaking, depending on what you're saying. Hey, perfect circle. Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? And so that's kind of what I'm doing there, TRD. And then to take it a step further to go into these. Now, each one of these windows configuration will look exactly the same minus the market cap. So if I right click and I come to configure, there's two parts to configure. You have the green data and the red data, okay? So in the green data, we come here, we can see, look, the selected alert is a new high. And then the filters, real simple. We have an EPS hack to keep out ETFs. Distance from market to make sure we filter out any crappy prints. Market cap, so it's got to be under 2 billion as we have there, and 1 minute volume at 3%. So we want to see stocks that are making some moves currently. So that's 3 times its normal 1 minute volume over the last 10 days as compared. And then if I were to come in again and I go look at the red data, it's exactly the same minus the new high alert now becomes a new low alert, and that's how that goes. And each one of these, as I go through them, is going to be exactly the same. The one difference is going to be that market cap. And so there's a lot of things you could do with these to kind of take the temperature of the market, how you want to take the temperature of the market. Again, here, there's the market cap, so we're looking at in between 2 and 4 billion on that market cap. I've toyed with the notion recently of resetting this, and I wanted to do this 3 billion and under. I was thinking of doing this from 3 to 8 billion. I was thinking about doing this 8 to 15 billion and 15 billion plus. Just because the reason I've thought about doing it is, we now have, I'm guessing there's still multiple trillion-dollar market cap companies. I mean, Apple's got to be over a trillion still. I'm guessing, who's the Microsoft is over a trillion, I'm sure. And someone else is over a trillion, right? Wasn't a third one? My point being is, we have some companies with some absurdly huge market caps. And so this is pretty tight here, 5 billion is the threshold, so it's 5 billion, 5.4 billion and over to this 2 billion here. So it's kind of a tight threshold for going way up in market cap. And so I just kind of thought about changing it up a little bit. The reason I haven't is, like I said, the IWM, in order to be an IWM stock, you have to be under that market cap. So I don't know, some different thoughts that I had about all that. Oops, sorry, just clicked the wrong thing here. Just want to make sure I'm following along on some troubleshooting conversations here in case there's something I have to chime in on. There we go. So, all right, with News Hive Auto right now. I would say I would say some kind of either new low or new 15-minute low, coupled with a change 1 or 2 minute filter. And you look for stuff and kind of sort and filter on that that way. That would be my kind of thought. So I mean, we could do it a few different things here. Let's mess around and build a compare count window. So new, let me find a compare count window. Where are you? Channel. Oh, there it is. So let's kind of mess around with this here. Let's configure the green data and want that. How do I want to do this though? Because I feel like new time frame alerts. Now, are you looking at like individual stocks, or you want to see the market really move? I mean, because these compare count windows alert me in real time. I mean, they're really good on alerting me in real time. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think here what I want to do for an alert here. So really looking at market days. More market based, yeah. So I'm gonna go with I'm gonna stick right with this here, but let's take a different approach. Let's take two different approaches here. Because what I have already is pretty. I mean, it's pretty accurate already. Not pretty accurate. It's a great alert. Or a great way to monitor. Sorry, I just like to always look at what we have here. This is going to be more candles. I would say this. Let's try this instead. All right, so we got new high. Get rid of this junk. Specific filter. We don't want a price range. You know what? And let's even leave ETFs in this one. Let's get rid of that. Let's search change 1 minute percent. Let's go with 0.5. No, that's way too much for 1 minute. Let's go with 0.15 on this 1 minute here. Now there's no way to really know how this is going to turn out. And search, let's give it some kind of volume. Relative volume, let's add that filter. Let's put a 1 there. And let's get rid of the noisy, let's get rid of the stocks that make the least amount of sense. What I mean by that is let's give it a share, a minimum amount of shares traded today. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Search and filter. Let's give it a good amount there. Let's make sure we're looking at stocks that have traded 250,000 shares or more. All right. And so that's going to be our green data, essentially. All right. So we've got that. Let's call it CC new highs 1 minute change. All right. Now let's get the red data here. Let's go with new lows. And let's do essentially the same thing. So change 1 minute, add that filter, but this time minus 0.15. So oh, that's shares I clicked. Whoops. Minus 0.15. Make sure I did this right. Okay, and again, let's make sure we're looking at 250,000 shares traded on the day, relative volume of 1. Get rid of this stuff here. Get rid of that there, get rid of that there, hide unused. And that's exactly what we did on the last one, right? I believe so. And we'll call it new lows. Change 1 minute. Or wait, we called it something different, right? CC's new lows 1 minute change, I think we called it. All right. And if we want, we could do this by market cap. I mean, you're welcome, Diego. All right, so we've got that. We've got that. Always a pleasure to assist. Oops. Nice dark background, and well, we're not really, I think, going to get a whole lot now, but here, take this and mess around with it. Where is it? Save or share to cloud. Anybody that wants it, you're welcome to it. There we go. And mess around with it. And you could even take it and do, you know, just as an example, what I've got going on here, you could take it and come back into the configure, all right, and you can give it a market cap if you wanted. So YouTube stream opens at, I think Barry opens both the room and the stream at 8 a.m. Eastern now. He doesn't start talking till about 9 a.m. Eastern, and they're both the same stream. At noon Eastern, Diego, Barry stops streaming on YouTube for 1 hour for a Q&A that's similar to this, and then he comes back at 1, and then I come here at 3:30 and take the YouTube, and he shuts down the room completely. So for most of the day, both the YouTube is a trading room also, but Barry can, assist with some general questions. So what I was showing before, sorry, is this. So we come back into the configure and we go to configure, and you can do this by market cap. All right, so again, we can search and we go market cap. All right, and you could put a market cap value in there, add that filter, and you can throw that in on both. You do it for the green data, then you'll do it for the red data. And then you could stack 4 of them like I've done here. Really, this is all Jamie. I just, I put them in the dock windows, but this is something Jamie Hodge created, very long time ago at this point. And I think this is a good way. This way, I don't have a bunch of thumbnail charts. I have 4 charts going. I keep a SPY chart up just because I don't know why at this point. I guess I've done it for so long. But, some people want to have a SPY chart, an IWM chart, and a Q chart, and everything like that. And this tells me what the whole market's doing essentially. These compare count windows. I don't need any thumbnail charts of the market. I see the green lines making a break up while the red lines are making breaks low. I know what's going on in the market. Very clear, very easy. Yeah, noon Eastern, more of our question Q&A stuff, Diego, is more geared towards the software itself. But, we could talk charts or something like that if you have your chart you want to look at or something. Professor, I leave a SPY chart up because I like to know if what my positions I'm in are trading directly with the market, or if there's just some market influence in it, or if it's completely alpha from the market. That's the reason why I leave it up. But this kind of gives me the same, I won't say the exact same snapshot in the whole thing, because, the market could be kind of like drifting up slowly through grinding through a day. Right now we're in a very volatile, obviously, tape. So this will be a lot more indicative and intuitive of what my positions are doing. But if we're in like kind of a sideways tape, you're going to see a lot of this like, the green line makes a break and it comes back down, and like not much, not these big moves that we're seeing here. And, the same thing with the red line. Well, the red line's moving down, and then it's moving up, and then it's moving down, and not these big, spikes on the red line like we see, earlier today. If, we were able to scroll back. Can I scroll back on this? Kind of. I don't know how far back I can go. Maybe that's the limit. Alright, well, earlier during the day there was a point when the market sold off. I guess let's say that was around 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern. Market sold off a little bit, and the red line spiked like this. So but we're not always in tapes like that. So when we're not, this isn't going to point me the same way that it does at this current moment in time. Yeah, Diego, I'll say it's not there's no inappropriate questions, but as long as the questions are like trading related and people are staying away from, hey, should I buy this stock, or hey, I have this stock already, what should I do with it? Those are things we're not going to be able to answer because we're not we're not financial advisors or anything like that. We could look at a chart and say, oh, you see this resistance here, it's been holding this moving average, or it's got this nice trend going on, or things like that. We can, anything like that, we can, chime in some stuff like that. But we'll never say, oh, well, this is a buy level, this resistance, or that's a sell level, or this resistance, things like that. So, and again, we got a little bit of time left here before I wrap up for the day. If anybody with any other questions, please, fire those away for me. Take a look here, and strength alerts. Let's see, energy, right? And energy. Whoop, they just swap places. And let's see, energy. And let's see, energy. And energy. And for good measure, energy, 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 energy. I think we see a theme here, right? Literally all energy. So I guess energy, right? What did the XLE do today? Yeah, I'd say it was a bad day to be short energy. Nice move in the XLE. We looked at the XOP. All right, USO, USO. Very nice. And this inside day right here, that's a nice setup right here with these moving averages trying to catch it to give it a launching pad. I mean, I say that, and of course, we could wake up here tomorrow. It's more than possible. Don't think that's likely. This MGY is still such a huge fan of it. It's just never, it hasn't done what I thought it would do. But when people say, well, why are you such a fan of it? A couple of reasons. Let's first look at that short float at 12%, all right? And we know that energy is really, really strong. And if that's not good enough for everybody, it hasn't been, obviously, because it has not done what I thought it would do. Lifetime high is 23 bucks, which was right back here. So we're sitting right near lifetime highs. We've got a 12% short float on this thing, and it's in a sector that's as hot as you can get. Also, beautiful trend line on this daily. Look at that. That's beautiful right there. You can't open it without auto-loading a layout. Your layout that will load is called your default layout. So whenever you go to save, so if you go to save layout and you're on a regular, you're on a layout, this is what it'll default to save to. If you save it like that, that'll be the layout that loads every time. So you can create a default layout that's blank if you want, and then you can create other layouts and name them different names. You can see I have a bunch of different layouts that I've tested over years that are here. Actually, I don't even have that many from way back when. I've deleted most of it. But if you have like a separate layout that you want to load, for example, you've created different layouts and you want to load that other layout, you go File, Load Layout, and you'll find that layout here, whatever you named it. You could also, save a layout to the cloud. So like, for example, I wanted to save this layout as it is to the cloud. I go File, Save or Share to Cloud, and if I click Entire Layout, all right, and then I have to just give it a name, whatever I want to call it, and then save it, and that layout will be in my cloud afterwards. And to load that, you would go File, Load from Cloud. But something has to load with Trade Ideas, even if it's just the menu bar that's right here. But like I said, if you wanted it just a menu bar to load, close all your windows and then go File, Save Layout, and save it as this default _ layout like that. So just for fun, I guess Jim Cramer said buy Marvell ahead of earnings, which are in a couple of days. So I'm going to keep this price alert for here just to see. Excellent, Diego. That's what we like to hear. And here's the other thing, Diego. There's no one that truly knows every single thing about trade ideas. Most of us have a general concept of all the functions of it, but for example, I don't use all the functions of trade ideas. I don't use every alert or every filter or anything like that. I've settled on some things that I generally like. I experiment with some stuff once in a while just to try things out and test them. Is support open all times? Well, you can always reach us a few different ways. Not just you, Diego, but this is for anybody. You can email us anytime at info@trade-ideas.com. You can get us there, most hours of the day. The wee witching hours, there won't be anybody there. Then also, if you're on our homepage, if you come to our homepage, trade-ideas.com, we have this orange questions and answers bubble. And from 9 o'clock Eastern to 4:30 Eastern, if you go questions and answers and you click on that, if you click ask and you click chat, you can start a chat with, more likely than not, myself most of the day. You'll type, whatever your message is, I need help with whatever, and then you'll put that message in, and then it'll ask you for a valid email, and you give the email, and it'll drop you in a chat, and myself or Andy or Steve or Jamie will pick you up in that chat. Perfecto. It's a very good chance that it was. No reason to be nervous. Green days always feel good, and I can tell you that. Not much feels better than a Green Day. Let's see. Let's say you want to pick an energy stock. How would dissect this sector? Well, I would look at what the stock is, and I'd look in the profile of it. So, like P10, for example, we can see where it is here, all right? And so they're drilling, all right? So they're drilling, their support activities, mining, extraction, all that. And the XOP I know is exploration. So that's where I, would look there. No apologies necessary, Diego. You can only set up for something like that if you have interactive brokers, or if you have interactive brokers at E-Trade. You could trade through the software with our brokerage plus module. So let me bring that over here. So this here is called our brokerage plus module, and again, that you can find more on that in the the user's guide. And for this example, I'm going to click to the simulated trading here. But if you have an E-Trader account or an Active Brokers account, you connect directly to either one of those. You click connect, and then from here, for example, you want it in a stock, you can create a scan. That wow, look at my simulated portfolio is doing really well right now. I have no idea. I just buy random stuff in here when I'm demonstrating things. This is hysterical. Sometimes I turn it on, it's down $1,000. Sometimes I turn it on, it's up $200. Never seen it like this. My point being here, though, is so you can either buy stuff directly from here and set up, an entry order. So, for example, let's just say I wanted to enter MGY here. Now we're in the post market, so I could say I want to buy 200 shares of MGY at, I want to buy it at the bid, all right? Or its last price is 22.35 was the last price, anyways, at the close. So I could go here, and now I'm set up to, buy 200 shares of that at 22.35. If I click buy, it probably will fill me because it's a limit order, and I'm going in at last price. And so, yeah, it looks like it might have filled me. Did it fill me? Orders. There it goes. So, yeah, it just filled me right there. Now, I could attach, I could do it as a stop limit. So, for example, if I wanted to enter it as a stop limit, I could put, 23.35 is the stop price to trigger the order, and then I put the limit price in here from there. And so, same concept now. Well, let's say I wanted at 33, 22.33. So, we're at the price. So the order will technically be sent. And now if the price triggers, I'd get filled, So that's something where you got to make sure you understand what a stop limit is and how these things work. Art Cashin, yeah, Art Cashin's the man. I mean, there's not many people many financial personalities who I listen to or enjoy, but Art Cashin's good stuff. No, Perfect Circle. Art Cashin's good stuff. He's been around forever, and the guy's like real old school. Got a lot of his education from bars around Wall Street when he was a kid. He couldn't go to school right away because of some family issues and things like that, and had to stay home and help with the family. And so instead of going to like Wharton or something like that at the beginning of his early career, or his early learning, he hung around bars around Wall Street and did a lot of learning from there. Art Cashin's good stuff. I mean, like with anybody, you don't just blindly follow anything, but he's got a lot of wisdom. He's seen just about everything. So back to Diego, that's how you can do things like that. Now you can also trade directly from the charts. So that would come in some more advanced stuff. And this here we have the strategies tab, and you can create a strategy, or you can use one of these ones that are here. So I can like right click, and I can go new strategy, and I can create order details. Do I want to buy based on a stop loss? Do I want to buy a certain amount of shares at once? Do I want to buy a certain amount of dollars? I can have it as a bracket order that puts a stop out for me, or a target, or both of those items. I could give it a hold time, saying I want it to only hold for a certain amount of time. All kinds of things like that, and then I can trade that either right from the charts. I could trade that from the charts, or I could trade it from a scan. So I could right click the scan, and I can say trade P10, and any strategies that are there that I've enabled will be right here to buy that stock or sell that stock according to that strategy. And that strategy can be a market order, it can be a limit order. You can set the limit offset on that. Yeah, you should check out. It was it's funny. I saw it. I want to say it was like in 2016, maybe, when Korea was launching. North Korea was like testing a bunch of missiles back then, and people, the market just kept going up. Same thing in 2017. North Korea would launch a missile, and the market would go down for like an hour, and then it would rally on it. And Art Cashin mentioned something about, he learned from this guy forever ago that, when the missiles are flying, you should be buying, because he goes, if you're wrong, we're all dead anyways. And if you're right, the market's going to rally also. So either way, you're hedged one way or the other. I forget the exact quote on or whatever. And I came across something today that was referencing that, as a matter of fact, where, I gave whatever the news narrative was throughout the whole weekend and all that. And here we are today with all that. So the point being is that Art Cashin's seen a lot, and look, he's got some formal education. He's got street education from being on the street, and he has street education from the other side of the street too. So and Art Cashin's just one of those guys. He never gets too high on anything. He never gets too low on anything. He's one of those people you can never tell if he was upset or not, because he just that one kind of flowing tone at all times. It's funny that you mentioned that. It was all over our Trader Talk and my races early in the morning. So DFEN, I think it's going to be dependent on news narrative. Exactly what it is. You're looking at, first off, a triple leverage ETF. So those are things you have to be very careful holding any triple leverage ETF to know when rebalancing and things like that come. So first, you got to make sure you understand that stuff. Second, I mean, these long swaths where just not a whole lot's going on here, so you get this move up for a while, and rhetoric and everything was toning down. We were moving down, and now all of a sudden, we're talking, war and things like that. So we're moving up again. So you see up here how it says 3x bull? That means whatever this is pegged against, it's going to move 3 times that. So a better illustration of that is, no, what's, trying to find, all right, so here we go. So this right here mimics the IWM, only in reverse and times 3. So if the IWM moves 1 point, this essentially moves 3 points in the opposite direction though. So IWM is up 1 point, this is down 3 points. Essentially is how that works. That's what triple leveraged means. So these are things can fly out of nowhere, and that's why you got to be really careful with this stuff. So Michael Anthony's thrown out there bug. What do we got? So there you go. All right. And we've seen a whole bunch of cybersecurity stocks in the last couple of days that were going nuts. I traded a couple last week. I can't even remember ticker names anymore. None of them popped up on my scanners today. But cybersecurity is something that's a big deal, and hackers are doing all kinds of crazy stuff always, and even more. So, but there's some rules. Like IB won't let you just trade leverage ETFs. You have to have either certain licensings or a certain amount of net worth, a certain amount of account size, and whatever else, and then you have to apply for status to do it, and they'll turn it on. I don't know what the other brokers' rules are for it. Some I think will probably just turn it on for you if you request. Some won't. So you have to check with that with each individual broker. But and that just be careful. Same thing like VXX. All right, this is a leveraged ETN. The same kind of concept. When the market is rolling over, this thing is spiking. X amount of times more than the market overall is moving down. So you just got to really, really know those items. They're not regular trading tools, essentially. Yeah, Debbie, you're right, because I was able to. A couple of weeks ago, I went to trade something, and I have some permissions. I figured I had all the permissions from them at this point, and my trade got rejected. And I was like, "What?" I'm like, "I know I have the capital for it." And I went in, and it's like, "You don't have permission to trade this security," and I had to fill out whatever from them. I'm like, "This is ridiculous," but whatever. I mean, their rules, so kind of stuck with it. Interesting, huh? An MLP. I mean, their ideas are try to protect people that aren't educated or whatever. And I get where they're coming from with a lot of it. It's just, um, whatever. I guess they got to protect themselves. They got to protect the company. Whatever. Like many things, I don't necessarily agree with, but it is what it is. So all right, folks, that's gonna drag us to the end of my day here. I appreciate all the questions and comments and all that. As I always say, Barry will be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you, Mike C, for popping in. Yep, Barry will be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. He'll get the stream going. 9 o'clock he gets on the mic. Noon Eastern tomorrow will be Michael Noss for an hour. You'll get the CMT wizard himself. My pleasure, Diego. And then at at 1 Eastern, Barry will take back over. And then I'm back here at 3:30. I will actually not be here, folks, tomorrow. I have to take a personal day tomorrow. So I don't think actually I will be leaving. Yep, I'm out for the day. If you have if someone has a last minute question, fire them away. But otherwise, yeah, I'm signing out for the day. 12 and a half hours is long enough for me, generally speaking. But if someone's got a last minute question or two, throw them in here and I'll do my best to answer them. I would say the best place to start studying, Diego, is this. Think about a scan you might want to build and start going through. I would say this. Take the menu bar here and go New, go Alert Window, and come into this alert window here and start going through some of these alerts and filters. You can click on any one of them, click Help, and this will bring you to a guide that gives you a description of whatever you clicked Help on if you don't understand something. There's two parts to all alerts, so you'll have the description of the alert itself. Some alerts might have some kind of value you can give them. You don't have to. So if you scroll down, you'll come to this here, alert specific filters, and it'll describe to you what the value is in that. All right. I think that's a great place for anybody to start going through those, and maybe just build a few mock alerts, mock alert windows, and see what they look like that. I think that's one good place to start. Essentially, one of the best places to start is asking yourself questions. What do I want to get out of the software? All right. And then by asking that question, you can also head into the guide to see where the guide would take you on that as well. So it's kind of a twofold. I would ask yourself those questions. What am I looking for getting out of the software? And doing that. The 20 intro lessons are good. They're like click and point lessons to show you how to load things. CYH. So I'd say you're range bound with CYH for now. You got this range. You can see these. I just happen to have these up here. Come on, why aren't you working? There we go. So, we popped in this range, we popped out. We popped in, we popped out. We popped in, we popped out, we're back down. Touched it and held it. We popped out, came back in, bounced off it. Popped back out, came back down. And then, the market, I think, got really wobbly, and this whole thing came down. I don't know exactly what they do. What do they engage management hospital? So, they need sick people. Less sick people is bad for business in hospitals. Apparently, there's less sick people in the country at this point, which, personally I think is a good thing, but that's neither here nor there. So that's that. I think you're range bound, more or less in here. You might be able to even take this and say we could even take this pivot line and we can move this up, as a matter of fact, to make that range even bigger. If it ever wants to let me grab it, might be able to put that pivot line more like that, and that's kind of the range you're in for now. And unless something clear happens, your earnings are behind it. All right, we got earnings behind it 12 days ago, however many market days that is. So that looks like what that drop was. It's held here on that earnings, and so I wouldn't be surprised if you saw it kind of start to grind higher. I'll also say this, look at that chart and look at a SPY chart right now. On that 15-minute chart, look how very similar they are. Gap down, how to move up, how to move up, how to move down, how to move down, how to move up, how to move up. Went sideways, dropped. Move back up a little bit, move back up a little bit. This one tended to move a little bit more, but then we had the market drop at 2 o'clock. The market dropped at 2 o'clock, so did that. And then kind of just ground out with the market the rest of the day. So I'd say you're very outside of something happening news-wise, them doing something, you're tied to the market with that. Is there a Fed meeting, Marto? I have no idea if there's a Fed meeting tomorrow. I never know these things. I should, right? I really just stay away from all the news. Fed meeting, March 2022, what do you say? No, next Fed meeting is the 15th and 16th. Well, that's the big one. I guess maybe they're going to release minutes tomorrow. Is that something? No, yeah. No, May 2nd, May 3rd and 4th. So 15th, 16th is Fed for this month, 3rd and 4th next month, 14th, 15th in June, 26th, 27th in July. Here you go. You can have this. This is our calendar. Here's a Fed calendar. ENR? Yeah. Look at ENR real quick. ENR, let's see. Oof. Alright, Energizer holding primary battery. Global reduction palace batteries. Interesting. I think you're dependent on them getting a big contract from someone. Looks like, you know, all over the place. I mean, look at that. Look at that move right there. Is that 2020? Got to be 2020, right? Yeah. All right. So there's COVID. I don't like to look at the COVID parts of charts. They just don't make any sense anymore. Never did. So this thing's whippy all over the place. Look at that range, $10 range right here in just a couple of weeks. Even more so there. I mean, you got classic falling knife syndrome here. All right, you got here, you got range bound, total bear trap, total bull trap right there, and right back down. You could even call that a bear flag, long-term bear flag. Whatever their earnings were, obviously the street didn't like them. Whatever, regardless of what numbers came out or what was said, you got this inside day here, and just bad off that inside day. I would say this 32 level, give or take, is a floor you don't want to be below. You don't want to, you don't want to be owning it below that, because I don't even know where it goes after that. How far, you got to go way back. Yeah, this thing is really beat up. I mean, you don't see any levels like that. Look, you don't even see a level like that till 2016. So you're making multi-year lows right now, and you want to buy stocks going up, not going down. Right. So if you want to own it for a dividend, that's completely different. But if you're looking for something growth and share wise, you're gonna need a nice base start to establish here, and then get a curl up. If you can get a good, it's a big if, you can get a base to start here, you could make a nice move up there. It's not got a ridiculous float. I mean, obviously this thing can move. I mean, look at the movement this thing can do in short periods of time. So if you can get it to establish a base now after these earnings have done here, the other thing you're going to be dependent on is the more governments move towards renewables means more battery tech, and they've got to put out better battery tech. Obviously, whoever their competitors are in battery tech are doing better. Oh, is this Energizer? I didn't even realize. So this is that's how ignorant I am. We're talking like the Energizer Bunny, right? Yeah, so I mean, you're not underwater a ton. I mean, depending on share size and relativity and things like that. I'd say you've got a pretty good floor right there. You don't want to own it below that, because you're making many multi-year lows below that right there. So I'd say if you can get some chop sideways and you can get it to start moving that way, then you're looking good. I'm gonna suspect that they must have had some tech or something that they were working on that sounded great, and it hasn't panned out, and so people are they're going elsewhere, and that's what this would tell me in this chart, that whatever they're doing ain't working, and that's what that chart tells me. So, but where's the floor? This isn't a company that's going away. Everybody buys Energizer batteries, and who is it? Energizer and Duracell are they're the ones that I know for the last 40 years. So yeah, I think I think that's pretty well established multi-year low. If you can make sideways like this, you're gonna get some resistance at 35. But if you don't, if you get that sideways move and you can get a move up through 35, your next stop is 37-ish, right on up to 40. I know, Mike C. I know. So that's my 2 cents there. But yeah, you're making multi-year lows, and here's the biggest thing. I know people want to buy stocks on sale. If you want to buy stocks on sale because of dividends, that's completely different than you know what general trading strategies are for day traders or swing traders. That's a different way to look at it, which I like that too for different reasons. But if you're looking for stuff to get price appreciation, buy stuff going up. Buy stuff making multi-year highs or making multi-month highs in a trend up. This is in a very long-term trend down at this point. I just one more look at something here. I want to look at this on a weekly. That'll be better. And this will be my final thought for the day. So, all right, let's look at this on a weekly chart. We're going back all the way to 2018. We're in a downtrend since 2018. So, it was in a massive downtrend. For whatever reason, it popped back up into this level, all right? But it was in a big downtrend before that move up. COVID happened. I think this reset, like most of the world or the market did off of COVID, came back and got rejected off that level right there and has just continued to be punished ever since then. So, for whatever reason, the street does not like this stock overall. And that's my final thought. So, all right, everybody, I thank you again, and we will see you I'll see you Wednesday. I will not see you tomorrow. I will see you Wednesday at 3:30. All right, thanks everybody. Take care, and we'll catch you on the next one.